bass drops deep, the beat bounces high. Afro beat meets house reggae too. Deep bass pumps making my heart sing glue. I'm spinning round under the neon lights, dancing wild through the night. Feel the groove, let go and shout. In this ride, we're never about. I'm Carney's ride, feeling the rhythm. Bass drops deep, the beat bounces high. Together we dance in this electrifying ride. Afrobeat, house, reggae, deep bass aside. Through the crowd, I see your smile. Together we shine, no need for a while. This moment's ours, let's embrace. In this ride, we'll find our place. I'm Carney's ride, feeling the rhythm. Bass drops deep, the beat bounces high. Feel the vibe, let the music fly. In this ride, we're truly free. I'm spinning round under the neon lights, dancing wild through the night. See why my doorship raised with the hill lies water. Portion big ground rock by Borgia. Getting out of your heads, getting little bit of waste off. Do good, man, nigga, get in the game car. Don't want drug with the world, get a gay car. A lot of cloud boys in your 4 city K car.
What up? What up? How you doing, Rob? How you doing, Moto? Hey, sick bastard. How you doing? Oh, what a weekend, huh? Stuff going on overseas. Probably look at that. Mike will probably have that on his show later. But I was over here watching Black Dragon just now. So no, I'm gonna jump back on it, Rob. So that way you guys can watch it from here too. It don't matter. Hey, what's up, Warren? How you doing?
New colors on in his picture, and he's got his new club name up. So since he said it publicly, I am going to say, man, we love you, C. Ruger, whose new name now, his new club name is MacGyver. And congratulations on crossing over. You're a big bro now. So congratulations, man.
Man, it was.
Are you frozen over there? Oh, yeah, you were frozen for a minute.
Yeah, I know. That's why I just stay. When it does that, I just stay in one position because I don't want nobody to come back and see me looking crazy.
Yeah, I was like, is he staying in one position or is he? So, hey, man, it's going to be, we got to learn your new name from C. Ruger to MacGyver. I don't know if we got to call him his new name.
MacGyver.
He's going to be C. Ruger to me forever. But out of respect in his colors, we have to call him MacGyver. And they call him that because he fixes everybody's motorcycle. He does. If you don't like evincing people, then just stick to riding by yourself. Well, you can be in a motorcycle club, Chucky over there in South Africa. You can be in a motorcycle club that doesn't really like people. I've seen that. They just want to be off to themselves, and that's really cool. What's up, Terrence D. Dickens? Okay, I'm from Indiana. So yeah, we're taking. Hey, man, we don't want to run out of questions. Hold on, I don't see any more questions.
Yeah, not at 10:38.
10:38. Okay, we are a MF Moto fan. We are a MF and Moto family, says Drew. Let's see, 10:38. We're getting there. I'm an 81 supporter, but not a fanboy. No, is anybody calling anybody names here? A group of like-minded individuals sharing the same interest. That can be a motorcycle club definition. Watching from Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Hey, Queen Basty, maybe Queen Basty. watching from Hong Kong, welcome.
Oh,
Thank you for tuning in. I wish I knew how to say hello in Chinese or something. That doesn't mean that Queen Basty is Chinese, but she is into Hong Kong. Thank you for showing up on the show. If you don't like events and people, then you're not really a biker. Not Chris.
No, read the whole thing.
If you don't like events and people, then you're not really a biker. It's all about events and meeting new bikers. LOL. Well, no, for some bikers, it's all about
you have to call it.
It's all about riding, not necessarily. But a club biker normally is a biker who is drawn to the beehive.
When I'm in organization.
Yes, bikers wear shorts and Doc Martens. Yes, they do.
Flying colors.
What's up, club brother there, Baker? I agree with you, Chris Leach. By the way, you have my uncle's name and surname. There we go. I'm still looking. So 10:30, I haven't gotten there yet? Wow. Okay. Nothing made me a biker. It was just something I had in me from my very, very young age. I think most of us.
Drama later down the line.
I think most of us. Okay, 10:38. Is this it? Yeah, here. Boss Hog CJ Black Dragon. Different MC sets are ran differently and have different rules. How did you run and establish the autonomy of the Black Sabbath Nation, but keep each chapter in good standing with their sets? Man. And that was hard because coming out of San Diego, I was very much on the black biker set. Some of the older guys hung out with the Hells Angels and Mongols and stuff.
The safety pin, but
I didn't know anything about that. I didn't know. Everybody had heard of the Hells Angels. That's about the breadth of my knowledge. I didn't know about any of this stuff. And my club kept us very sheltered. See, the OGs did all of that. They did all of the getting the club established, and they did all of the whatever wars they may have had to go through, or whoever they had to face down and stand down to get the colors and all that. They had done all that. So I came into a club that was pretty much the biggest, baddest club in San Diego. It had the only clubhouse. Everybody came there. It was the most popular club. And so I just didn't have to do anything except prospect and eventually get into a set of colors. There was no great big thing I had to do. No huge knowledge I had to know.
Marines.
Everything had been done for us. We just ride up and down the highway. Nobody messed with us. There was nobody pulling us over and checking our colors. None of that. None of that stuff went around.
Yeah,
and
everybody has the reason.
And so by the time I got around to becoming a president,
from what I know,
I knew nothing. I knew nothing.
Which club usually shows a respect to military?
I knew nothing. I was just a neophyte. I knew nothing. And then I moved out here to Atlanta.
This is
I was. When I started the Atlanta chapter of the Black Sabbath is when I started to learn all of this stuff going on.
Yeah.
And not long, within a year,
Christian club.
within a year of reestablishment. So I came here in 2000, got the permission to start the club. I got the blessing. And I really didn't do anything with it. And then by 2008, I got serious about it, and
very good organization.
Less than 2 years later, 2010, I was national president. And as national president, knowing nothing, I went on this mission to start the Black Sabbath up across the country from coast to coast. And so my bath into MC protocol was as a very senior person who knew nothing. And I'm going to all these 1%er clubhouses all over the country. And in many places in 2009 where there were no black dominant motorcycle clubs, in areas where there weren't many black motorcycle clubs, and we were coming into places where we had to be blessed by white motorcycle clubs. And so all I can tell you was it was a bronzing by fire. I had to learn quickly. made many mistakes. I was in many very terse situations with very mean ass, ugly looking 1%ers staring down their flared nostrils at me. Crazy ass looking white boys looking at me crazy. From having to take my mostly black motorcycle club, my mixed race motorcycle. I can remember going to places where they would be like, okay, you're bringing that mixed race motorcycle club in here. Okay, we're going to take 15 of your white boys. Stuff like that. Craziness.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
I don't know. We got through it.
I'm not surprised, but
I was, my mom used to say that boy ain't too bright, but he learns
there's a lot of
fast.
clubs that don't know
So,
about other clubs.
I picked it up quick.
Yeah. Some clubs don't know about organization.
How can I find my club bio? How can I find the club my biological father was in? No one remembers, and I found him after he passed away. That's going to be a tough one, man, if you don't have any colors for him. But if you can figure out what his hometown was, maybe where he was living, you might start asking around. If he was well known, many people on the set might know him. One bad MSer. People might know him in a particular town. Like you were to start asking around about Logic in Dallas, there's a lot of folks that know him. So that might work for you.
We're considered old and out of date.
Yeah. Don't take the first word because nobody's first word about Logic's going to be good. So, yeah, you're welcome, MacGyver. That's so strange, Colin. When you get to a new club, the club brothers change you, name you.
Always nice.
So his name is now MacGyver. And
to show
it's going to take a while to get on us because you've always been C. Ruger to us.
I mean,
check out the 1045. Oh, I mean, you got one right there.
This is not related, but I have a question. I recently saw a photo with a 1.5% patch and have no idea
just me and another
what that means. I don't know what that means either. Does anybody know what a 1.5% patch is? Not a 1.5, but a 1.5% patch. I've never seen that either. I don't know what that means.
I mean, I have my
I just don't
on the bike.
Age of Darkness says, "My bad, MacGyver. Congratulations."
Put it on.
Yeah, everybody's congratulating you. Hey, what's up, Mr. Lavish T. Williams?
What up,
I'm
with you, Marlon.
Lavish, I don't know if you was listening when we first came on. He just
I didn't have no signal or none of that.
He messed up the entire.
Yeah, I learned a lot of this stuff.
I don't know what the preacher's talking about.
Just being around.
He talking about we got our. You know how you start. We got our very own Dr. Lavish. I said, oh.
But I love the way Black Dragon has always brought up.
Y'all's names begin with an L.
You got to start over, bro.
Because nobody else was really doing it except for
What's up? What's up, Lavish?
What's on, Lavish?
Hollywood.
Candidate for District 2.
Some people
county governor.
Is
what's going on, man? Might I said, I'm jumping in the middle, Black Dragon. I sent you an actual text with my event information that we got to start promoting on the show, man. I sent you the event information out there.
When did you send that? Like just now?
No, I sent it right after I told you I was at the doctor's office, man. I sent it over for the Lavish Biker Bash, August 29th to the 31st in Detroit. I sent that flyer over.
I have it right here, sir, and I will download it now and present that when we do our events.
So what we got going on today? I see that you said ask asking questions.
Yeah, we're asking
questions. The next one is at 10:45.
Them blue jean cuts are effing with everyone here in North Carolina, even folks without cuts. Yeah, so I got this message in yesterday that was very interesting, and hopefully I'm going to get to interview the person that is responsible for the message, but it seems like there's some interesting things going on in North Carolina. So we're not going to go there yet. 2 18 wheels a day. We're not going to go there quite yet. But yeah, I have heard that. And I'm not sure who sent me that, but I put out a question to interview someone that's been going through some mess, and it seems like a lot of bikers are going through some stuff up there, even those that are not in cuts, being run off the road and stuff like that. So we've heard that, and we're going to look into it and see what we can find out about it for you guys. So keep it there. Okay, 1045. Chucky out there in South Africa. What do we do with a club? You know, it's so cool that we are asked questions from bikers in South Africa. Come on now.
Yeah.
Which means biking is biking no matter where you do it. What do we do with a club brother who, after years of riding together, says that biking events and biker gatherings are not his thing? So we talk about membership and good standing in Motorcycle Club 101. Okay? Motorcycle Club 101. What is a member in good standing? And this is what you come down to when you say, what do we do with a club brother who, after years of riding together, says that, biking events and gatherings are no longer their cup of tea, or never was their cup of tea from the beginning. They just did it, and now I don't want to do it no more. So the definition of a club brother in good standing, and I want to look and see if I actually put that in my
Yeah, I'm already
index, because you should be able to
Mike's channel.
take the index of my book and look up something like good standing and then just go to it in the book. And
yeah,
did I highlight good standing?
I'm already on there too.
I don't know.
Figure out when you say good standing to the question that was
I'll be on
asked,
Mike's
was this good
channel here in a second.
Oh,
As you can tell, so what's up, Warlock?
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you.
We got you on there.
I'm going to tell you. So what do we do with that person? Well, it comes down to a brother in good standing. And what does being in good standing mean? To be in good standing, you have to have a few things. You have to have a few things to be a club brother in good standing. It depends on the bylaws of your club, but some of the things we traditionally think about is, one, your dues have to be paid. Two, you may have to have a motorcycle. Three, you may have a mileage requirement you have to meet. And four, you may have a certain amount of events you have to attend. And some clubs, it might not be any event at all, but you might have some club runs that you have to attend. So if the person, Chucky, is meeting the minimal requirements to be a brother in good standing, then what do you do with him? You don't do anything. He's meeting his requirements. He's doing the minimum. And if he doesn't feel like going to any events or anything like that, as long as he's doing what it requires to be a brother in good standing, then there's nothing you can do to him. If there's not a requirement in your motorcycle club bylaws that a person rides with you to every event, hangs out with you every event, if that's not in your bylaws and he's meeting the minimum standards of good standing, then he's good. And you're going to find that in a motorcycle club, it's like a relationship. People do it a whole lot sometimes in the beginning and slack off for a while, maybe a few years, and then come charging back maybe after their wife left them. It's up and down. It's like a sine wave. People kind of ramp up, then they get up to the top. Sometimes they kind of flatten out. Sometimes they drop all the way off. And it just depends on what's going on, whether or not, or how involved people are. And you just have to watch that. And that's why you're always recruiting. You're always bringing in people, fresh blood, because new people get in and start banging hard. Hot running, we call it in the Navy. They come in hot running, and then sometimes they just peter out a little bit or a lot, or you don't see them that much anymore. So,
no, I see exactly where you went from that. That was good, because you put it in that perspective, and that was great, because everything you said I agree with. And then I want to go into the question that he asked as well. From my point of view, you do have people that's in clubs, man, and they get out here and they experience different things. So they start picking up new hobbies where they might not want to be at the clubs all the time. You get guys that start getting into the, different biker type of groups, man. And what I mean by that is, once you start becoming like a racer, let's just say that you're really into racing, you're not really caring about hanging out at the club, because that's just not your thing. And you got people like that. You got people that's into motorcycle audio stuff. So when it comes down to hanging out at the club, it's not really a thing. Me, myself, I go to the club, I hang out at the club, but I'm not the super club guy. I go to the club to do my part, but I'm the one that wanted to be riding. I want to pull up on the strip, and I'm outdoors, and that's where I like to do my biking thing at. But then you might have the next guy over there. You know, his biking thing is he loves to go around the clubhouse to play, poker, shoot pool, and likes to be in the club. You got those type of guys. I mean, there's all types of different bikers all within the club. So it's like you got to find that lane. Everybody's not going to be the same. You're going to have the one guy that likes to be in the club from sun up to sundown. You got the other guy, hey, listen, I'm only going just to make my mandatory. Hey, man, I'm out of here. I just don't want to be up in here, man. You got some guys, man, that, and I see a lot of newer clubs, or at least let me say, I've been exposed to certain clubs that got, certain level of professional jobs where they like, hey, man, I can't inhale certain things in my body because it might show up, so I don't want to be in the club. And I see certain clubs have it where, hey, you got a smoking area, a non-smoking area. So, I mean, I think it's just a lane for everybody that's a biker. I don't think all bikers are the same, and that's why we flock to a certain type of biker.
Yeah, and I want to say one thing, too. I'm glad your nostrils are clean.
I mean,
Oh
man,
my God.
come out the blue, man, with some stuff, man. Dog.
Look at them clean nostrils. That's all right, man.
Hey, Logic. Let me tell you this, man. This guy really definitely couldn't make it in the inner city, man. In the real inner city, man. With some of the stuff he say, man.
That's why Tia said she wasn't taking me to Chicago. She said, there ain't no way in hell I'm taking you to Chicago. That ain't happening.
Where they get this guy from, man?
My former club brother and sponsor said, "Dear Prospect, your sponsor is hungry. Get back from LA and the hamburger better be hot." That's that stuff they used to do, man. Send your ass up to Los Angeles to get a hamburger, and then when you bring it back cold, you got to go back and get another one. That kind of stuff.
1049.
Yeah. 1049. There, here we go. This is Mike Micolo Archie. If you're from a city where you started a club back in, say, 1996, and there wasn't any black outlaw club at the time, who did your blessing come from? If you're from a city where you started a club in 1996, and then your blessing came from a white club. If you got a blessing in a place where there was no black club, then your blessing came from a white club.
I mean, was there, let me ask you this, and this is just, knowledge for me as well as the person that probably asked that question. Prior to, and this is just my thought, prior to Sons of Anarchy and Biker Boys and all of that kind of stuff, did a lot of clubs really get blessings once they started popping up with all these different clubs? Or was it, these clubs that was popping up wasn't really, on anybody's radar for anybody to really care about?
Well, there was always some form of acknowledgement, not necessarily as formal as it has become today, but there was always some form of acknowledgement. I can always remember, even going back to the early days, there was a council or whatever you wanted to name it, and a lot of it was like if you wanted to be on the list of clubs who they would put their party on the list, and people would clear their calendars. So there was some sort of recognition that would put you, especially in California, that would put you on a list, and so you had to go through something. The original, we say patch policing, that originally came from clubs that were policing other clubs that were wearing their same patches or patches like somebody would be called the Great Alamos, and you would hear about them up in San Francisco. So you would start the Great Alamos in San Diego, and those guys were coming down to find out who was wearing their patches and that sort of thing. That's what happened to my club. We had a cross on our back, and there were only a few certain. We had a cross on our back and a man riding on a motorcycle. And so there were two big clubs. The one that had a man riding on his motorcycle in the same direction as ours, and there was another club that had a cross on their back. So these two 1% clubs came down to find out who the hell was wearing their patches, and then they realized, okay, you're not wearing our patches. So all of this kind of developed. So it was never, and so looking at something that happened in 1982 from a 2022 mindset is often very crazy. It wasn't exactly the same, but there's always been some form of and you go all the way back to the 20s. It was the American Motorcyclists Association. They had a very strict process for how motorcycle clubs would be brought into the system. And those motorcycle clubs that didn't want to belong in the system were labeled outlaw motorcycle clubs. So there's always been some kind of a blessing thing that took place.
So let me ask you this: what about the clubs that say, okay, they're not under any OMC, and they may or may not be under the local organization council? They say they were grandfathered in. What's the difference? What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm grandfathered. My club is so old. We didn't even have an OMC near us.
So like here in let's just take Atlanta for instance. So there was a group called, I believe it was MAG, Motorcycle Association of Georgia, something like that. In the beginning, when they were blessing clubs, they had a little council like thing or whatever, and they kind of like fell off. And for a while, motorcycle clubs were just popping up. You just popped up. Nobody really cared. About 2009, there was another push, and the so-called council formed.
Mike's already running.
But there were clubs now that had been riding around Georgia for 20, 30 years at that point already. 40 years at that point already. Some clubs have been around 10 or 15 years at that point already. So what were you going to do? Come in and say you don't exist anymore? So what they did was grandfathered those clubs. And they said, okay, if you're so many years old, you don't have to worry about trying to get a blessing through us or trying to do anything. We're not trying to what we want to do is regulate what's going on from this day forward. And so that's what it means when a club is grandfathered into a council, like when you look at what you guys had over there in Dallas and down in Texas, the chain and stuff, where there were other motorcycle clubs that had been around since before the chain had ever started, like, for instance, the Black Sabbath and many other clubs down that way. So you might have seen, because when did the chain start? Maybe 2015 or something like that?
I forgot. I used to know that.
Speak the way we do is because we're 100% funded by you guys, and we never have to cater to views to go ahead and get some sort of payment. So I'm very blessed with you guys in the Breakfast Club, for real. Little side note, follow my Instagram right here at Ball Valve TV. I post everything behind the scenes of not only my lifestyle, but as well as the show, as well as Millennial Food Time. I break news over there as well, so make sure you guys follow me over there, because I do break a ton of Middle East news and the United States, obviously. I'm obviously going to be breaking United States news too. But last but not least, of course, every super chat, super sticker, gifted membership sign up, all of these things are going to be shouted out live onto the show. But if you guys would like to skip that YouTube 30% brutal cut that they take, we have these platforms scrolling for the remainder of the show. And of course, I'll shout you and your message out over there. I have it up and ready to go right now. So I'm looking at it. So if anyone sends anything, and I will be able to see it right away. So anyways, let's go ahead and say what's up to everybody. We got Dean Savage up in the building. He was so funny, dude. He said something in the chat. He's like, I had a bomb weekend, and I'm like, oh, dude, you're a fucking savage. Yeah, you did have a bomb weekend, bro. We got freaking Papa Penguin up in here. We got Naomi as well. We got Gary, my man. Good morning to you guys. We got Path Killer as well. Much love, honor, and respect to everyone. I like that. Steve Easy dropping a membership like it's no big deal, man. I very much appreciate you dropping it like it's hot. Very much appreciate that. Let's see. We got Hook Dog, my man. Good to see you, as well as Sick Bastard. Brother Frank Samatero, my man. We got Charles Darwin as well. We got Junkyard Baby saying, we live, baby. Yes, sir. Good to see you, kind sir. And glad that you made it back to the hotel last night. You know, you came over and hung out with me for, overnight. I think 2 nights last night. Not last night, the night before. Anyways, I'm all fucked up on my time. Anyways, we had a great time. Glad that you were able to hang out over here, man. It was definitely a good time. We got Lappy as well. Good morning to you. And let me see if we're all caught up here. That's right. There is no fucking mercy, homie. And where's Lucy? I think that she is down under the couch sleeping. I'm going to be honest. As soon as I got onto the computer this morning, she's like, nope, I'm done. Oh, yeah, that's right. All you pocket watchers get a raffle ticket from Brother Lee if you can. Yes, that is very true. As well as we have the 4th of July around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. We have the 4th of July party that we're going to be doing, the weekend on Insane Wheels Network. It's going to be a great time with all the legends, man. So if you guys would like to, if you can't be there or whatever the case is, you guys want to participate still, we have a GoFundMe link specifically for the party because it's costs a lot of money to, do a full-on weekend party. So very much would appreciate you guys hitting that up, buy a beer or 12 or whatever you want to do. Very much appreciate that as well. And for the pocket watchers, because the homie said it like that, I just have to do it.
Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate some freaking.
Hell yeah. Yes, the link for the GoFundMe is in the Discord. It is. Definitely go over there. Let's see real quick. We got Brother Lee Lance. I've got to shout you out again for being in here hanging out. We got Shadow as well as Gary. Good morning to all of you guys. Glare 1%er, my man. Good morning to you. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. We've got a lot to discuss here. We're not going to we're not going to listen to every bit of everything that I have presented here. As you guys know, I skip through the bullshit. I usually skip through opinions. I really don't care about someone's opinion or what they think might happen in the future type thing. I try to keep that down to just the fact of what's happening. But it is entertaining to watch these analysts and these other people try to justify or whatever the case is and anything. It's very interesting. Anyways, let's go ahead and get it.
Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall.
Yo, Brother Steve Easy, by the way, saying with the 5 spot said, can I get an OG Yogi closeout? I said, yes, you can absolutely get that. I'll give it to you. Hey, man, I very much appreciate it. I got you. We'll get you with the OG Yogi, All right.
All of this that we've been discussing is all happening because we've been talking about Iran's nuclear program. That's what the U.S. and Iran were working to negotiate a ramp down of for 60 days up until Israel began striking Iran. Now we're hearing from the Wall Street Journal that VP Vance is signaling that Iran's enriched uranium.
Real quick, we got Brother Carney, man. Carney's coming in with the Cash App, sending a 5 spot, saying, have a blaze. Well, bro. You think I didn't come prepared or something like that? Ask Junkyard if I'm not prepared. Shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Brother Carney, I very much appreciate your $5 donation to the Cash App, man. I very much appreciate that. That shit goes a long way, way further than people even get it, right? Someone like a YouTuber like yourself, Carney, now you know how it feels.
Stockpile is still intact after the U.S.'s strike in Iran. Standing by is Andrea Stricker. She's the Deputy Director of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy's Non-Proliferation and Biodefense Program. She's an expert on the spread of nuclear weapons, and specifically, she follows Iran very closely. Andrea, VP Vance signaling this. I got to ask you, how much of a hurdle is this, if true, how much of a hurdle is this to closing a path to a bomb if their enriched uranium stockpile is intact?
Great to be with you, Austin. A lot has changed in the last roughly 24 hours. We have around 22,000 Iranian centrifuges eliminated, 3 enrichment sites, our uranium conversion facility, and weaponization capabilities. Remaining, of course, is the question of this stock of highly enriched uranium, which is enough for 9 to 10 nuclear weapons maybe more depending
Now,
on
that's what I did hear, is that they have enough enriched uranium to create 9 nuclear warheads or bombs or whatever. Now, I don't know that to be the truth. I have not seen like anything other than the media say that. I have not seen any sort of proof of any of that, but hey, I guess we're not going to have any proof of that, I guess, now, especially with it being blown the fuck up. But yeah, we'll see.
how much of the 20% material Iran managed to move. Now, a lot of this was kept at the Esfahan nuclear site in tunnels. And from the battle damage assessments we're seeing from open source satellite imagery, it looks as though the tunnels were targeted by the United States. So it remains to be seen whether Iran has managed to keep its hands on that HEU, that highly enriched uranium, and retains the option to enrich it to weapons grade at some kind of a secret facility.
How big of a hit did Iran's nuclear program take yesterday?
Real quick, before he asked that question to this chick, we got Naomi sending in a 5-spot as well, saying, Mike, did you make room under that desk yet? No, there's not much room under here, I promise. But 1 week. Okay, I'll behave now. Hey, appreciate you for the 5-spot. Making it run, making it rain. I very much appreciate that. Thank you guys for the contributions to the channel. All of you guys that are donating, man, it helps out a lot.
If you could put it in layman's terms, how would you explain this to folks that don't know a single thing about how nuclear programs operate?
I would say it's a massive hit. They have eliminated, the United States and Israel together, most of its nuclear weapons option. And so while we're talking about this question of where the HEU is, we can at least be a little bit confident that they don't, in the short term at least, likely have the ability to weaponize the material. So
how is it making uranium that is enriched higher than weapons grade? I thought nuclear, like, weapons grade is 90% or higher, like 90% or higher. I heard that they were at like a 61% enriched. That's what I don't know I honestly don't know. I'm just repeating back what the mainstream media has mimicked and talked about, because I don't have any of these actual facts. I wish we actually had proof of these things, but that's what makes this shit kind of hard. But Sick Bastard says 60%. Yes, sir. Weapons grade is 70% or higher. Got you for weapons. I thought when it gets to that nuclear level, I thought it was 90%. I thought that's what that was. So maybe you guys can let me know what I was thinking.
Create or construct a nuclear device. Israel had already hit all of the weaponization facilities, equipment, and around 14 nuclear scientists that it knew about prior to the U.S. strike. So while we do need to see what the battle damage assessment looks like and account for remaining hidden assets, at least in the short term, they likely wouldn't be able to sprint to a nuclear weapon.
Whoa, Naomi dropping it like it's hot for real over here, dropping 5 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Really making it rain out here. Naomi, I very much appreciate you. And yes, we're going to be doing a membership drive, by the way, this Friday. I announced that, I think, on members only, I think on Saturday, or it was on Friday. I can't remember, but I said it briefly. But I don't like popping things on people, so I like giving people like a heads up of why and what we're doing, whatever. So we're going to be doing a membership drive here this Friday. So it's going to be a great ass time. For anyone that usually sends in like donations and all that stuff, I very much appreciate that. But on a membership drive specifically, hold those donations and use the same amount of money that you would on a donation on gifted memberships or something like that, because that's what we're going to be going for. And I very much appreciate all of your guys' contributions. But Naomi, thank you for making it rain on everybody. If you guys got a gifted membership, make sure you guys thank the people that are gifting them out, because they are not free, man.
The nuclear scientists being targeted. How expendable are nuclear scientists? If those minds get eliminated, how easy is it to get something like that back?
That's a great question. And so in Iran, there are very few scientists that have expertise from the nuclear weapons program that Iran had up until mid-2003, which was called the Ahmad Plan. And so a lot of these senior people in their middle age, who some of whom were working on new nuclear weapons activities.
Yo, real quick, chatting with Stacks. Good morning, kind sir. Good to see you.
Really represent a brain trust of knowledge in the country. Certainly, they have trained people below them, but in the short term, the medium term, it really, I think Israel and the United States think it did significant damage to the regime's ability to weaponize in the immediate term.
So what we're looking at on the screen are the three facilities that the U.S. struck yesterday, about 24 hours now ago at this time.
Okay, so the three that were hit here, Fordo, Iran's most critical nuclear site, by the way, and then it says struck by U.S. bunker buster bombs. Then Isfahan, I don't know how to say that correctly, but nonetheless, believed to be a repository of near bomb grade nuclear fuel. And then Natanz, Iran's largest uranium enrichment center, previously damaged by Israeli attacks. Now, I can't remember. Can somebody in the chat, I know someone in the chat's going to know this. Can somebody in the chat let me know which one of these is the supposed in the mountain where we were using these bunker busters primarily? Because I know the southernmost, I think, there was actually a combination of U.S. shooting missiles from the Red Sea down south at the exact same time that these B-2s were dropping against the side of that mountain. So anyways, back to this.
Fordo is the one we've been discussing the most. That was
I was going to say, what city, which name is the mountain that we did that on? I wanted to ask that question. Which one of these?
Nuclear site. Natanz was Iran's largest uranium enrichment center. Isfahan is believed to be a repository of near bomb grade nuclear fuel. Andrea, let's say the U.S. Strikes again. President Trump has said it's possible.
Wow, I did not know that. So U.S. DOE and IAEA defines weapon grade uranium at 90+% and highly enriched as 20% plus. The definitions can be confusing. Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking highly enriched is being where we're talking about 90. Well, they're trying to get to that 90% tile. You know what I mean? But I don't know.
Iran doesn't
make
come to the
sense,
negotiating
bro, what
table.
you're saying here.
What might be the other obvious high-profile nuclear targets, if there are any, beside the three that we're looking at on the screen here?
Apart from a hidden enrichment plant, which is always a possibility, he could be looking at additional weaponization facilities. And then there is this question of a hidden mountain facility next to the Natanz complex. And it's buried
next to the Natanz complex?
Even more deeply than the Fordow plant, so around 100 meters below the mountain. It's called Mount Kaleng Gazla, or Pickaxe.
No, it wasn't suppository, was it? No way.
And that's concerned because Iran was about to start up this facility. The latest assessment we have is that in April it was nearing completion, and it likely would have the floor space to house even more centrifuges.
Okay, so it is Fordow. That was the main spot that I was asking the question about. Got you.
And the 3,000 centrifuge plant at Fordow. And it might even be more difficult for the United States to destroy. It could even be impenetrable. And so we need to know if this facility is in play right now. And if it is, then we definitely would need a follow-up B-2 strikes if the Iranians start to bring it online and do any kind of nuclear weapons activities in that
Christopher
plant.
Collins, good morning.
So Iran has denied that significant damage was done to Fordow. Is there any room for any bit of truth in that? What level of certainty do we have?
What's up, brother Beezer? Good morning.
Of that, the 6 bunker buster bombs, the 30,000-pound bombs that were that struck Fordow. How certain are we, and how do we know that, in fact, it did destroy that facility? Or
I did not see that, but I don't believe that to be true. I don't. Putin doesn't want this smoke. You know what I mean? He's not going to go down for Iran. And I think he's made that clear. You know what I mean? For sure. Anyways, back to this. Actually, let me see. I really don't care about what this chick's rest of her analysis is, to be quite honest. We're just going to go ahead and move on. Okay, so real quick, I'm going to break the news. Well, like break up the news, not breaking news. but it is somewhat new news. Absolutely happened like last night, early this morning, whatever. I have it right here. We're going to bring this up. We're going to move into Russia, Ukraine real quick. This was breaking 6 hours ago. Okay, so Russian attacks on Ukraine kills 9, injures dozens. I have no idea what is happening currently, so we're going to find out.
We are following
Together.
some breaking news as it relates to international headlines. I want you to take a good look at your screen. This is the latest video we are getting as it relates to the conflict with Ukraine and Russia. Take a look. The latest information coming from the Associated Press this Monday. They report a Russian drone and missile attack on Ukraine's capital overnight killed at least 9 people and injured others. This coming from local officials as rescue workers and firefighters sought to remove people they believe are still trapped under debris in a partially collapsed apartment building. As you can imagine, this is a developing story. We're also learning elsewhere in Ukraine, a Russian short-range drone attack killed 2 people and wounded 10 more in a region that happening late Sunday night. According to the regional administration head, 3 children were among the wounded.
Damn.
Another person was killed and 8 wounded overnight.
I always hate hearing that children get crossed up between governmental warfare. I hate that shit.
Another city about 85 kilometers, that's about 53 miles southwest of the capital.
Wow.
We are learning this Monday the strikes came nearly a week after a combined Russian attack on Ukraine last Tuesday that killed 28 people in Kyiv, 23 of them in a residential building that collapsed after sustaining a direct hit by a missile. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky calling that attack one of the biggest bombardments of the war, now in its 4th year. In the early hours of this Monday, drones and missiles hit residential areas, hospitals,
drones and missiles,
and sports infrastructure in numerous districts across Kyiv. And that's what you're seeing on your screen at this hour. Emergency services.
What are they fucking targeting? What is Russia targeting?
At the scene with the most severe damage occurring in a district where one section of a 5.
You're just targeting a fucking. What are you, Iran?
Apartment building collapsed. And that's what you're seeing on your screen at this hour. We are actually now getting a live look that I want to transition and show you as we hit 4 o'clock here on the East Coast. And you can see those emergency services officials that I share with you that are still combing through the debris, making sure no one is trapped underneath. Kyiv's mayor saying at this time, 9 people are confirmed dead from this district, 10 others, including a pregnant woman, rescued from a nearby high-rise that also sustained heavy damage in the blast. We're also learning dozens of vehicles.
Well, I hope the baby's okay. If she survived, I hope the baby survived. For fuck's sake.
Some burned out and others mangled by flying debris from the blast formed a snarl in the courtyard in front of the building, which had collapsed down on the 2nd floor. Onlookers, some wrapped in blankets, we're learning had tears in their eyes as the cleanup operation took place. Dozens of volunteers working to remove broken glass, down tree branches, and other debris. And again, you are getting that live look there. We do know Russia has fired a total of 352 exploding drones and decoys overnight. Ukraine's Air Force confirming this information to the Associated Press. They go on to say Russia also launched 11 ballistic missiles and 5 cruise missiles. Air defenses intercepting or jamming 339 drones and 15 missiles before they could reach their targets. Meanwhile, Russia's defense ministry saying its air defenses shot down 23 Ukrainian drones overnight into this Monday. So a lot to dissect and discuss. But
real quick, before we go into the next section, because I see this, I want to see what this is.
And now we are following some breaking news as relates to the conflict with Ukraine.
I want to see when this was posted. Okay, 6 days ago. Okay, so all right. So I just want to make sure we're completely. This one's 6 hours ago. That last one's 6 days ago. I'm not going to play something 6 days ago. All right, so let's go ahead and move back into Israel and Iran and their conflict. Tehran's Evin prison hit by Israeli strike. We're going to go ahead and bring that up right now. Boom. All right.
We are following some breaking news. I want you to take a good look at your screen. Moments ago, we just shared this with you, learning the very latest from Israel Defense Forces.
Okay, so just for context, this came out 4 hours ago. Okay.
They post this on X. They do say sirens were sounding nationwide as Iran launched another missile attack. Well, we're getting a live look this hour at the aftermath of that missile attack. Take a good look at your screen. We are learning this is a live look, the aftermath of the site.
Hold on, we got a visitor. Come here.
It's Lucy.
We got a visitor, everybody. What are you doing? What are you doing? Want to hang out? What do you want to do? It'd be nice if you could just stay up here and not play with all the keys and shit. That'd be super cool, but you can't do that. We've tried it many, many times. There you go, Charles. I got you. Now you can hit that like button. You know what I mean? Because you are like a cat Nazi out here. You know, you'll hold that freaking like button hostage until you see that freaking cat. Anyways, very much appreciate all of you guys hitting that like button, by the way. I know, listen, you guys don't have to like all the craziness that's happening in the world, but you can like it for me and my takes, man. I very much appreciate that.
Where the Iranian hit moments ago on this Monday, a live look from southern Israel. A lot to dissect, so I want to bring into the conversation none other than the former deputy mayor of Jerusalem, Fleur Hassan Nahum. Fleur, always a pleasure having you join us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Francine.
So I actually do want to show that live look again of the site, just so people can see the aftermath and understand everything that's going on. Set the scene, because we were hearing that sirens could be heard early this morning across Israel per Israel Defense Forces. Very scary. You could be in the middle of your day, then just have to run to seek shelter. Set that scene for us, please.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, let's start with 3 a.m. this morning when we've all been woken up in the middle of the night now for a few weeks and almost over a year by the Houthis and their rockets. But this morning we were all woken up at 3 a.m. There was one ballistic missile thrown, and then about an hour ago.
So what city? Tehran. So Evan Prison was hit by an Israeli airstrike. Okay, so why did they hit a prison?
Another barrage of
like that's interesting. Like, why is Israel targeting a prison?
missiles. People have been spent hours in shelters. Imagine kids, parents, grandparents, and it seems like the casualties this time are far less than we've seen in the last few days. But they're doing a lot of damage to the country. Ballistic missiles have over 1,000.
That's very true, Pablo. Good morning to you, kind sir. Good to see you, by the way. Hopefully you're enjoying your morning.
Pound warheads. Imagine, these are like bombs flying into civilian concentrated areas in Israel. And that's what we're all going through. And that's why the country is in an emergency status right now. Kids are not in school. People are not opening businesses that are not essential. So a supermarket is essential, but a hair salon is not essential. So that's how we're living right now these days in Israel.
They're always great when we can get the context so you can provide and break it down what that everyday life looks like. And for many of the viewers, they want to know, how are Israelis carrying on? We can't forget hostages still in Hamas captivity as we are further looking at the conflict with Iran. Israelis say they are holding on to hope, but still demanding more from the government.
Well, you know, we are a very robust democracy, so people always demand from the government. But what you're seeing actually at the moment in Israel, apart from the regular resilience of people, but you are seeing a lot of support for the government from right and from left. You are seeing across the board support for the government eliminating the threat of the destruction of Israel. This is an existential threat for us. The destruction of Israel in the hands of genocidal apocalyptic Islamists who keep saying they want to kill Israel, they want to kill America. This is what they say. This is what's in their school books. This is what's in their media. This is their plan. And for these people to have a weapon of mass destruction, like a nuclear weapon, is a disaster not just for Israel, for the world. And we're very, very pleased that President Trump and his administration have understood that the threat is of a third world war. And so what the Americans have done by joining forces with us is not create the conditions for a third world war, it's prevent a third world war by stopping this toxic regime that has held its own people hostage for 46 years.
Happy Monday.
And eliminate that threat, which is a threat to the entire free world.
August 1st, 2020, in the shutdown, our governor said no gatherings. That's when me and my wife got married. Enjoyed our national. So, yeah, I had chapters throughout the whole nation that came in for that. That was my way to say, screw you. You could throw parties at the governor's mansion, just whatever we want on our land. So.
Those political leaders that were incarcerated for going against this very toxic regime, this could be the beginning of the end. This could be the revolution that everybody's been waiting for by the Iranians. When all your leaders are locked up, it's very difficult to rebel against the current toxic Islamist government. But this could be the beginning of the end for the IRGC. News has just come in here, Francine, that Israel has also bombarded the headquarters of the IRGC. This is like getting rid of the Gestapo in Germany. It's historic, and I hope for the people of Iran.
Good morning, Miss Lotus. By the way, good to see you. Hopefully you're enjoying the cat cam. We got the cat cam live. She's hanging out. Look, she's looking at you. Oh, she fucked up my phone again. There she goes.
It's the beginning of their liberation.
Fleur, there are questions surrounding this. As you can imagine, what about the safety and security? Is there now a threat to Israel since that gate has been hit? Are prisoners now running free? You know, of course, a lot of unanswered questions, because we did see, if we look back on October 7th, around that first ceasefire, how in order to get some of the hostages, Hamas was demanding that some of the Palestinian prisoners become free. Some of them convicted murderers, rapists, now concerned that maybe since this gate has been hit in Tehran, that some of those prisoners are now roaming free. We just want to understand and contextualize this, please.
Not at all, because the prisoners from Evin prison are political dissidents of the Islamic regime. These are artists. These are musicians. These are political leaders, academic leaders. This is the backbone of an alternative government for Iran. And so we're not talking about petty criminals, and we're not talking about any type of criminals other than
beating the shit out of my
regular
phone.
people, leaders of different areas of life that have been incarcerated for having different opinions to the very toxic Islamist regime. So this could be the beginning of the real resistance that gets rid of the Islamic Republic, because ultimately the Iranian people have to decide their own fate, and they have to overthrow their own regime. And these people in the prison could be that alternative leadership. So it's great news.
Yeah, as you say that, a lot of people saying that possibly many Iranians are celebrating this news because they felt, for lack of better words, enslaved by their own government. Many of the women in that area saying they felt oppressed, kind of what we've been seeing with what's been happening out in Gaza by some of those, innocent Palestinian people that feel like Hamas is just taking control, taking their basic necessities of food and water. Is that what we are seeing similarly with the Iranian regime?
Yes, except that the Iranians have lost hope. 46 years they've been under this regime, and the Iranians have no illusions as to who their regime are. People in the West are saying that the Iranians are not happy about the attacks from Israel and from America, and they're wrong.
Well, I would say that there are, I don't know what the general consensus of all of Iranians are, but like I don't have a percentage. But I would imagine that there is a percentage, some sort of percentage, that is totally for, what Israel is doing and essentially what United States has done. And they support it.
Couldn't be happier. 80-90% of the Iranian people,
80 to 90% is her claim. That's insane.
Want the end of this regime that has oppressed.
80 to 90%? Nah. If it were like the Shah, like whatever, they'd be up in the streets by the millions protesting and shit.
Them and has bankrupted their country, a country full of natural resources, and it's been bankrupt by this regime investing in nuclear weaponry and investing in the proxies to get rid of Israel. That's the investment of this government, of this regime, instead of investing in its own people. And so people in Iran, this is an opportunity for them to go up and get rid of this very toxic regime. They couldn't be happier, and they see Israel and America as their saviors. People should understand that. The only people who are...
Listen, like, here's going to be my ordeal with this whole thing. Okay, with this whole nuclear ordeal, sure. Go in, go get out, destroy their shit. That's it. Boom. It's over. The regime change part, what are we doing? You know what I mean? How well has that worked for us in the United States? How well has regime change? Even the ones that we put in place and then we even fucking paid them. How well did that shit fucking turn out? Like, in between, inside their borders, as long as they're not an existential threat like the nuclear thing, then I don't give a fuck what you do inside your own country. I don't care what you do inside your own borders. I don't care. I don't care what your regime is, as long as you're not a fucking actual threat. Now that's where I'm getting at with the nuclear stuff. I can understand that part, but the regime change, that's the worst thing that we could do. Honestly, that's the last thing we need to do. I've had enough of this chick. We're going to move on into the next ordeal. I'm not going to play this whole thing, but I do have an interesting clip here. So this came out 3 hours ago. Middle East conflict. Iran crown prince plans to lead a, quote, new Iran. So let's go ahead and bring this up and present it live for you guys so you guys can watch it with me. Let's go ahead and do this.
Members of the International Press Corps, good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. This is a historic moment for our nation. I will begin with a brief message to my compatriots in Iran in Persian, which I will then translate. همیهنان ایران عزیز ما به جنگی کشیده شده که بانی آن شخص علی خامنه‌ای و فرقه تبهکار و ویرانگر اوست.
What's up, Bill Castle? Good morning to you, kind sir. And why did they just change his audio? I guarantee it's going to be fucked now. Just called it. I called it. They should just listen to me.
به ورطه نابودی کشانده، زیرساخت‌ها و منابع ملی را به تاراج برده، ثروت ملت را برای ساخت سلاح هسته‌ای هدر داده، امنیت ایران را در هم شکست.
All right, so that is the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, and we are expecting that a good portion of this is supposed to be in English. However, it appears that it is not just yet, but we are going to bring that to you the second that it does go into English. We believe that he is going to be speaking in some other languages as well, as he is over in Paris. I am going to lift up the audio here just so we can listen in, as again, he is expected to transition into English.
I don't care about the whole...
My fellow compatriots, our beloved Iran has been dragged into a
He's speaking English.
devastating conflict, the architect of which is none other than Ali Khamenei and his corrupt, destructive faction. He has driven our nation's economy to the brink of collapse, plundered our national infrastructure and resources, squandered the nation's wealth on developing nuclear weapons, shattered Iran's security, and stolen the sovereignty of the Iranian people. This regime is defeated, teetering on the edge of collapse, and must not be allowed to continue. The time has come to end this ruin and begin a new era for Iran. This is a new dawn for Iran's lion and sun. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past few days, I have spoken with people across Iran from every walk of life. An officer in the armed forces, a mother fleeing Tehran, a factory worker from Tabriz, a young woman, activist for the woman life freedom.
So right now you just condensed your whole population into like 4 or 5 different people's individual lives.
Movements. These voices represent a nation embattled.
You spoke to like 5 people. I spoke to all of our Iranians and I have the consensus.
But resilient, that is not asking for its freedom. It is fighting for it. From the 1999 student protests to the Green Movement, to the 2017 Dema and 2019 Abanma uprisings, thousands of Iranians have given their lives in the fight for Iran's liberation. Today, millions of my brave compatriots continue the fight.
Real quick, I'm going to pause it right there so that you guys can see up here. The Operation Midnight Hammer was obviously the operation where we used 14 of those bunker buster bombs, blah, blah, blah. So, but there's little updates here. President Trump, monumental damage to Iran's nuclear sites. Iran's top generals, Tehran has, quote, free hand to act against the U.S. So that was Iran's top general over there saying Tehran has free hand to act against the U.S. And last but not least, Israel's military resumed strikes in Western Iran.
Stories moved me deeply. In September 2022, Javad Haidari was murdered protesting the Islamic Republic's killing of Mahsa Amini. His sister has continued his fight. She's one of the hundreds of activists the regime has arrested and harassed in recent days. When security forces raided her home, she cried out, "Oh God, where shall we go? Where shall we go to flee from your tyranny?" One by one, her neighbors began to respond to her, "We're not going anywhere. They," meaning the regime, "are the ones who've got to go." These words echo in my heart and should echo in every corridor of power around the world. Today, it is clearer than ever. The Islamic Republic is collapsing. Credible
no shit.
Reports indicate that Ali Khamenei's family and the family of senior regime officials are making preparations to flee Iran. The regime is on its last legs in towns and cities across the country. The military is fractured. The people are united. The foundation of this 46-year tyranny are...
Your people are united right now? I don't know, man. Doesn't sound like they're united.
This is our Berlin Wall moment. But like all moments of great change, it comes fraught with danger. We stand at a crossroads. One road leads to bloodshed and chaos, the other to a peaceful and democratic transition. The difference in these two roads depends on one factor, and one factor alone: whether the current regime in Iran is allowed to survive. If the West throws the regime a lifeline, there will be more bloodshed and chaos, because this regime will not submit or surrender after it has been humiliated. It will lash out. As long as it is in power, no country and no people are safe, whether on the streets of Washington, Paris, Jerusalem, Riyadh.
I love how this motherfucker talking some shit like that, you know, but and all these other people, not just, you know, this ordeal. Iran will return, blah, 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 all this shit. DC is not safe. Los Angeles is not safe. New York is not safe. Motherfucker, you don't even have shit that can reach us. So stop the cap. You know what I mean?
Stop the cap.
Come on. You don't even have shit that can even get close to reaching us. Not even halfway. Schoolboy.
Peace and democratic transition. I do not seek political power, but rather to help our great nation navigate through this critical hour towards stability, freedom, and justice. To the people of Iran, I see your courage. I feel your pain. I know you are suffering.
Hit the like button,
I know
everybody.
many of you are afraid for your loved ones, your children.
Let's get them likes up, man. I very much appreciate the Breakfast Club's laborious work on hitting them like buttons, man.
Your future. So I speak to you today with a heavy heart. I worked for years, for decades, so that the scourge of war would never reach the borders of our land. Seeing the images of the people of Tehran forced to flee our beautiful capital, the explosions in Isfahan, the fires along the Persian Gulf, all fill me with pain. But more than pain, I am filled with anger, because this war is the result of the selfishness, hatred, and terror of one man, Ali Khamenei. While he directs this war from the safety of his hidden bunker, he uses our people as human shields. It is time to end the suffering.
All right.
So today, I have a direct message for Ali Khamenei.
Okay. All right. I want to hear that then. I want to hear the direct message.
Step down. And
talking to the supreme leader right now.
If you do, you will receive a fair trial and due process of law, which is more than you have ever given any Iranian. To other senior regime officials, those of you whose hands are soiled with the blood of the Iranian people, you too will have to face justice. But we will not repeat the mistakes in other failed transitions. To those of you who are loyal to the Iranian nation and not the Islamic Republic, there is a future for you in a democratic Iran. If you join the people now, the choice is yours to make. I know these officers, these soldiers, these brave men exist because they are reaching out to me and telling me they want to be part of this national salvation. But now, greater coordination is needed. So to that end, today I am announcing that I am establishing a formal channel for military, security, and police personnel to reach out directly to me, my team, and our expanding operation.
Oh, shit.
This is a secure platform to efficiently manage the growing volume of inbound communications and requests from those breaking with the regime and seeking to join our movement. For those patriotic members of our armed forces, the time is now to join the nation. If you do, I will make sure your service to Iran is not forgotten and is celebrated. To the international community, now is the moment to stand with the Iranian people. Do not repeat the mistakes of the past.
All right. We understood basically where his stance is and what he's saying over there to the supreme leader. All right. So we're going to be bringing up something that happened 2 hours ago, which was just in 2 hours ago. So it was brand new news. Iran's foreign minister meets with Putin in Russia. So let me go ahead and bring that and present that up for you guys right here. And let's figure out what the fuck is happening here. Make sure you guys hit that like button, man. And for all the pocket watchers out there, well, just maybe.
Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate, 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 donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate, donate some freaking.
Know how to do it. Hit the cash app. $, Carney Vanguard, capital C, capital V.
Of a partially collapsed apartment building. You see it right there on your screen. Again, this video here just coming into our newsroom. Russia did fire 352 drones and decoys overnight, as well as 11 ballistic missiles and 5 cruise missiles. That's according to Ukraine's Air Force. Air defenses intercepted or jammed about 339 drones and 15 missiles before they could reach those targets. Now, we also know that Iran's foreign minister had some strong words of warning against the U.S. as he did visit Russia in the hours following the American strikes on those Iranian nuclear facilities. Today, as I mentioned, he is in Russia for a visit with President Putin. Putin saying during that meeting here a short time ago, quote, "This is an absolutely unprovoked aggression against Iran. It has no basis or justification." I want to discuss that.
And that's what Putin said.
Portion of this, as there is a lot of talk about it. Let's bring in Dr. Hanukkah.
Yeah, you're willing to say all that shit. It was unprecedented. It was uncanny, all this bullshit, right? But hey, you're not going to back them, though, huh? You're not going to back up them, huh? You know they're pieces of shit, huh? Right. Okay, got you. So you're just going to say it, but not do anything about it. Right.
Saab, an assistant professor for security studies at East Carolina
Definitely
University.
not.
Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and discuss this a little bit further.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
And I did want to ask, these strikes by the U.S. on Iranian nuclear facilities, do they kind of risk putting Russia and China a little bit more against the U.S. overall?
Absolutely. It's a great opportunity for China and Russia to sucker the United States into another conflict, a conflict that will be extremely difficult to achieve any political strategic goals in the region. There are common interests between Russia, China, and Iran, strategic interests, and that is the destruction of American hegemony or leadership, the American order as we know it since the fall of the Soviet Union. This has been a long time coming, since the 1990s, when Russia felt increasingly insecure due to the fall of the Soviet Union as the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. And so Russia and China are basically coming together with Iran and North Korea and Venezuela. That's another country that I think a lot of people just simply ignore because it doesn't really present a military threat to the United States. And so when you think about that, it's going to be in the interests of China and Russia to get Iran, to get the United States involved in Iran. And maybe that's why we saw Iran, the foreign minister or a representative of Iran going to Russia, trying to encourage maybe more Russian aggression in Ukraine, possibly launching an invasion through Belarus. I've heard things going on that way. There's also the idea of China bringing in planes into Iran, which is alarming to me. These cargo planes coming into Tehran from China. What are they carrying? I don't know. I'd like to know. Gordon Chang said it was possibly nuclear weapons, which makes me increasingly worried. And so all of these things are basically the essential notion here for the viewers is not to look at Iran and the United States, but look at the United States versus these 3 or 4 or 5 opponents that I just mentioned here.
Talking a little bit more about that, you talked about the deliveries there from China over to Iran and the question as to whether those are possibly nuclear weapons. And we heard from Russia's former president, who posted very publicly on social media just yesterday, saying that other countries would be willing to provide Iran with those nuclear weapons. And I did want to ask you.
That's very true, Jay. But by the way, good morning to you, kind sir. Hopefully you're enjoying your Monday morning so far.
I think I know your take here. Is that realistic? And is it overly concerning right now as we discuss all of this?
I mean, why wouldn't it be realistic? I mean, but the thing is, China and Russia, they need to prop up the Iranian regime. Without Iran, there'll be the drone supply to Russia will be disrupted. And most importantly, if Iran somehow collapses, then that's the oil. The oil supplies to China will be disrupted, and that's going to cause chaos for China.
Man, extra surprise as well. Good morning to you
Russia.
As well.
So to disrupt that supply, it doesn't make any sense. So China needs to ensure that Iran is in its corner, it's on its side. And so we must understand that the whole core of all of this is China and its relationship to Iran and Russia. And China needs Russia and Iran to be weak.
And even Russia notices and knows this. Even Putin himself knows this very fact. Papa Penguin says, no one is turning nukes over to a state that uses religious nut jobs as proxies all around the world. Yes, sir. W comment, by the way, on that. Yes, sir. Facts.
Because that's how you call the shots. You create dependencies out of these countries. So when you need them, they will say, yes, of course, whatever you want. And so when it comes to, I think it's altogether realistic to think that these supplies, the cargo ships, the cargo planes, they could very well be carrying materials that will hurt American soldiers. And we have to be extremely cognizant of that situation. And again, China needs to prop up these regimes. The problem is not Iran per se. It is Iran. But the main issue, the main
on the flip side, man,
behind all of this is a powerful China that seeks to overtake the United States as the world leader.
As we look at this post right here coming in from Bloomberg.
Okay, so we know that he's already, President Vladimir Putin has already denounced the whole thing. We already talked about that. Real quick, what we're going to do is we're going to end off the show with this last ordeal, this last story. We're not going to play the whole thing. And then, of course, we got an OG Yogi closeout. And then we're going to be rating a buddy of ours, L takes, but he's a good human being. His name is Tom Foolery. Make sure you guys stick around for the raid. It's going to be a good time. I'll be hanging out in the chat with you guys. We'll have a little fun. You know what I mean? Anyways, let's go ahead and bring up the last ordeal here. We got Homeland Security issues, National Terrorism Bulletin. So let's go ahead and figure out what the hell's going on here. We're not going to play the whole story here. We're just going to get a general consensus, and we'll end it off there.
And I do want to get to the latest here as we continue to follow all of those developments. We do now have Dan Pfefferman. He is a retired major in the Israeli Defense Forces there, national security analyst, and launched the news platform Middle East 24. Dan, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Oh, such a pleasure. Thank you.
And first off, I do want to pop this up on your screen as we talk just a little bit more about the possibility of a threat coming in after those U.S. strikes on Iran. This is a message posted by the Israel War Room, and it does say the DHS, which is the Department of Homeland Security in the U.S., issues a National Terrorism Advisory System bulletin warning of attacks by Iranian and pro-Iranian actors. Explain to me kind of the situation that is unfolding and why it's so important for this to be issued to folks out there.
Absolutely. So, of course, the United
Man, good to see my man Joker up in the building. Shout out to my man. Hopefully you're enjoying your morning so far.
States very famously joined in this attack on Iran's nuclear program, Operation Midnight Hammer. I think that's a great name, by the way. And therefore, significantly increasing the chance that Iran, most likely Iran's proxies, are going to try to retaliate against the United States directly or indirectly and against the United States.
Yeah, but those proxies can't even fucking reach us. I don't understand, like, what Iranian proxy can actually hit us? None. So what's the worry? I mean, aside from maybe from domestic, because we can definitely have domestic terrorism that can happen from all of this shit and, paid from the inside kind of thing. Yeah, I'm sure of that. But as an outside to the United States, there just no one can hit us.
State citizens, interests, embassies, or any kind of institution or individual or entity that's connected to the United States. That's really their MO. Since the beginning, and in any kind of conflict with the Iranians, they first of all, they go for soft targets, civilian targets. I mean, they've been firing at my
Love
country,
to hear that, Joker.
Almost exclusively at civilian targets since the beginning of this conflict. In the previous rounds of fighting and through their proxy since October 7th, they have fired tens of thousands of projectiles, almost entirely at civilian targets in this country. That's their MO. Their MO is terrorism. Their MO is going after civilians. And frankly, because of Israel's operations in last October, April, and then in the week preceding the American entrance into this, Iran's military capabilities have been downgraded so much that this and maybe mining the Straits of Hormuz, which they threaten that they're actually going to do today, and they might actually do it, to shut down the Straits of Hormuz. This is about as much as they can do, in addition to lobbing, the occasional missile at a U.S. base or at an embassy. So we have to be on the lookout now. American embassies, American bases, American personnel, American citizens need to be careful around the Middle East. And unfortunately, sometimes this is the short-term price that needs to be paid for the long-term and medium-term benefits of taking out the most dangerous weapon from the most dangerous regime in the world.
When you talk about this warning here from the Department of Homeland Security, something that we've heard a lot about over the last several hours, several days really, are these quote unquote sleeper cells. Can you explain exactly what
Right. Yeah. Okay. That is the actual concern that I have, is sleeper cells within the United States, not an outside entity. Yes, it would be an outside entity, essentially radicalizing our own here, or paying, or any of these things. That those things are all issues, but right here, sleeper cells is a serious issue for the United States. I think it's our main issue that we'll have.
Yeah. You know, the United States, Israel, normal countries invest in
Brother Straight Jacket, my man, good to see you.
education and infrastructure, et cetera. Iran invests in terror. That's really what they do. They pump in about $1 billion every year into building and developing and indoctrinating terror groups. Some of that is militant proxy groups like Hamas, like Hezbollah, like Islamic Jihad in Gaza. Some of it includes developing sleeper cells. And so they'll take individual small groups, they'll plant them in a certain area, and they'll tell them just be normal, have a normal life, and wait for the go. And that could be a year, it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, and their whole their whole existence is really to wait until they get the go signal from HQ, from Iran, in order to.
U.S. assesses high risk of Iranian retaliation against U.S. forces soon. U.S. still pursuing diplomatic resolution. U.S. officials tell me, and I don't know who that is, one of the officials say retaliation could come in the next day or two.
To conduct
I don't know who Phil Stewart is. I don't know who he is.
Attack.
It might be this guy.
By being in a sleeper mode.
This is a breaking ordeal.
I'll just add, by being in a sleeper mode, they go under the radar the entire time they're there.
Yeah, and that's, again, a term that's been used quite frequently over the past several hours and days here. And we are actually just getting this coming in from...
Gee, what's up, Prez? Hopefully you're enjoying your morning so far. Good morning.
Phil Stewart. He is a Reuters reporter and says, breaking, U.S. assesses high risk of Iranian retaliation against U.S. forces soon. The U.S. is still pursuing diplomatic resolution, U.S. officials are telling him. One of the officials says that retaliation could come in the next day or two. So I did want to ask you here, does Iran have to retaliate? Is there any other option for them?
No, they don't have to retaliate. And I love when people are like, no, they have to retaliate. Well, look at how we almost got into war with Iran not that long ago. I mean, what was it? I can't remember the exact date or year or whatever, but they fucked up our U.S. assets out there in the Middle East. They fucked up like 3 bases or something like that. It was fucked up, but they didn't hurt any U.S. citizen. And because of that, United States decided not to go back at them. So you can absolutely not, that is an option, not retaliating. It is an option.
At this point.
You know, I think the American entrance into this and the communications around it was especially smart. And what essentially the president, the vice president, the secretary of defense were all saying is that this was a pinpoint strike on Iran's nuclear program and nuclear program only. In fact, additional reporting came out last night for Israel, that the United States had even communicated to Iran ahead of the strikes that it was going to attack the facilities and only the facilities. Iran has to make a choice here. Iran is being invited by the United States, by President Trump himself, to come back to the negotiating table, of course, from a place of significant weakness, which the strikes were intended to do, and to reach an agreement, which means the end of hostilities and the verifiable end, unlike the JCPOA, the verifiable end to Iran's nuclear program. It needs to include an end to its ballistic missile program, which the JCPOA did not do. It needs to include an end to the support, financial, military indoctrination support for proxy groups, for militant groups around the region. And if Iran chooses that path, then this can be over. If Iran chooses escalation and terror, then you're going to see a short-term escalation throughout the region.
As of right now,
all right. I think that's a perfect spot for us to go ahead and end this off. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys stick around for the raid. We're going to be raiding Tomfoolery. Like I said, man, he's got some L fucking takes. Actually, the majority of his takes are L's, but he's a good dude. And, but listen, make sure you guys let him know that we're coming in with the Mike Ball raid, and, we'll have a good time over there. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you guys enough for being here. You guys could have been anywhere else in the world, but you guys decided to be right here with me. So big W to all of you guys in the Breakfast Club. Make sure you guys hit that like button too, man. It helps out the show way more than people even understand. It's the #1 metric truly of all of YouTube, so it helps out the show immensely. Make sure you guys follow my Instagram right here at BallValveTV, where I post everything behind the scenes and not only my life, but as well as the show and Millennial Food Time. Listen, I also break news over here, world news, geopolitics, all of the great shit that is happening around the world. Not the great shit, right? But I do post all of it and I break it all over there. So make sure you guys follow me over there. And we have the Discord in the chat. And if you guys are watching this on the playback, make sure to hit that Discord link in the description of every video, man. So much love, honor, respect, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning for more of the world's madness.
Good one, Mike.
Until then, God bless everyone, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Much love.
From the depths of darkness, a voice emerges, a host with a fire burning in his soul. With a heart, steel, and a spirit unbroken, he rides on 2 wheels, ready to claim his throne. Amidst the chaos and the thunderous roar, insane wheels.
Hell yeah, Mike. Appreciate everything. But yeah. That stuff is crazy going on over there. What up, Hardwire? How you doing today? Just finished watching Mike's show, of course. Yeah, that was an interesting stuff going on this weekend, past week, whatever you want to call it. You know, between the ice raids to peaceful protesting to raid or to riots, and then now we got the overseas wars. It's a trip, ain't it? Mondays always suck. Fuck yeah. It kind of sucked for this weekend, though. I wanted to be on the bike, and that didn't happen. It's too fucking hot for me. And climbing up the ladder, working at the clubhouse, popped my knee pretty bad again. So, but it's Monday. Figured I'd be on here for a minute or longer than an hour now. But and then go start my week, I guess. So I'll make something to eat here in a minute and get ready and hit the road. But so Tom, for let's see what's going on over here. I have it on pause or mute. Let's see what they're talking about.
Alliances, and it's about crafting this like thing that's not actually motivating him, and it's all about just getting friends on your side. And that's why I resent even more when an independent thinker sees through that bullshit and calls it out. All of a sudden the friends come in and say, oh, you're just trying to cozy up to Hassan. Oh, you're this and that. Fucking absurd. And I'm glad you came on here and you're acknowledging something about this story doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, you did believe the Hassan airport story, and even after it looked like he admitted that he got an email a while before saying that he
you want to do that now? Let's do that now.
Okay.
You want to do that now?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's do a pause. Well, when we make this, and by the way, I'm so pissed off.
Good morning, Go Seagull. How are you doing?
Like partway and like split the VOD. Tom, how are you doing, by the way? Can we just take a little break before we get into the Hassan thing?
Yeah, doing well.
What's going on?
I saw Khalil got out. I know you were. one of the other people who was
Yeah,
covering
right.
that pretty heavily as well. So yeah, that's
I don't
that
know.
was
I'm
nice.
not up for
Did you
this.
see Aristocracy's tweet at me, dude?
Bro, I saw the one. Hold on, I saw the one where she kept talking.
So, I don't know. What do you guys think with all the shit going on? All the stuff going on in the world today. Sorry. Me and the wife texting. Let's see. It's not my fault. I like that. It's not my fault neither, man. I didn't do this shit. I didn't start it. But, you know. Let's see. How do I want to do this today? I don't want to debate about any of this. I don't want to even debate. But I do want to see what you guys have to say about what's going on. I'm going to drop the link. And if you want to jump on panel and give your take, I'm down. But remember the 2 rules. Rule number 1, the boss is always right. And rule number 2, if the boss is ever wrong, refer to rule number 1. Due to the fact that the beatings will continue until morale improves. So, respect the house, respect the rules, respect the host, and I will respect you. So, here you go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Link is dropped. Pin it to the top. And let the show begin. And don't forget, if you want to support the channel, you can always hit me on Cash App. $, Carney Vanguard, capital C, capital V.
Town where the stars start to shine. The young man stands with the sunset's goodbye. He whispers to the wind about days gone by. Lost in time yet hopeful, he feels alive. Carney Vanguard, his heart beats slow as the sun sets low. Dreams of tomorrow, but fears he may fall. Carney Vanguard, whispers of the sunset in the quiet night. Hopeful and lost in this small town's light. Wishing for a better day, those shadows might bind. Dreams of a future where he won't be frightened. Carney Vanguard, through the fields where the wildflowers grow, he finds a path that seems to know. Each step he takes with a heart so whole, toward the sunrise where the darkness is old. Carney Vanguard, his spirit lifts as the sun sets low. Dreams of tomorrow, but fears he may fall. Sunset in the quiet night, hopeful and lost in this small town's light. Wishing for a better day, those storms may ignite. Dreams of a future where he stands so right.
Fuck yeah. An 08 CVO? Oh, yeah, dude. That's awesome. It's a nice size bike. How many miles did you put on it yesterday after you bought it? I think when me and my wife rode off on the Chieftain, I think I ended up putting like 200 miles that night, right off the bat. And then the next morning, clutch cable snapped. I don't know. What do you guys think about tomorrow or this morning's news? Kind of crazy. But yeah. It was fucking hot this weekend. Fucking. I think I was about to pass out. But it's all good. Got some work done again for the familia up at the clubhouse. It was still a productive weekend. And it looks like the cane that one of my brothers got me should handle. Without me breaking this one. I'll put it to the test. It snapped all my other ones. So we'll see how this one works. And this is pretty cool because it's all steel with two break points. 2 screws set up. So hopefully that thing will let me when I do my flight travels. Hopefully they let me use that instead of a wooden one. San Diego bikes need headwork minimum. Manager special. I didn't know that. I really don't know all the regulations and everything like that in California. I have tried to keep up to the point where it's like, and when I travel, I travel. I mean, if I'm on twos, just let me be. Even when I'm in my cage, man. I'm not a resident. I'm just visiting. And I'm being, join another state. So, but as everybody says, I do have a bike that would be California illegal, like a motherfucker. Pipes are loud as fuck. It pops. And that thing is so slammed down to the ground. But yeah. Walking staff on motorcycles. That's awesome, man. I don't know if I could sit there and work in the shop or work in even on the floor. I don't know. I couldn't work at a dealership. But I give respects to those that can. I mean, a hustle's a hustle. And Harley's got the biggest one so far. But I do love my Indians. Yeah, you guys don't forget to check out, some of these videos that I posted, some of the shorts, all that. Don't forget to hit that like, thumbs up. I'm still trying to figure out what I want for breakfast. Probably just some fried eggs and some tortilla. I don't even know if I have any green chili. I think we do. Oh, Sterling wheels. Sweet. Oh, yeah, Sterling. All right. Do-do-do-do-do. So, let's see. Let's look at some local stuff over here.
Air to breathe the air, and it's like, what do you shoot? The stuff is everywhere.
You can see just how much damage the vehicle actually occurred.
Oh, shoot.
Right now, evacuation orders remain in effect in parts of Las Lunas as crews work to put out the Desert Willow Complex fire. Okay, so here's a live look. Our photographer Adriana is on the ground right now. You can see off of that street light the smoke in the air. Here she is zooming out for us. This started Saturday afternoon just south of Main Street Bridge. It's destroyed or damaged at least a dozen homes. Evacuations were in order, then they were lifted yesterday morning. A second fire erupted north of the bridge, forcing around 1,300 people in the area to evacuate. Combined, the fires have about roughly 260 acres. There's no containment. The cause is under investigation, although crews do suspect arson.
We don't really expect this to happen in Las Lunas, and now it's just kind of uprooting our lives a little bit.
Also want to remind people to not fly drones in the area. It prevents aircrafts from fighting the flames. An evacuation center is now set up at the Daniel Fernandez Recreation Center on Highway 314. Julian Padas met some of the evacuees when the fire was still referred to as the Cotton and Cotton 2 fires.
We don't really expect this to happen in Las Lunas, and now it's just kind of uprooting our lives a little bit.
Over the weekend, hundreds of residents have been ordered to evacuate due to devastating wildfires that have the people who live here scrambling.
We're just packing our bags and grabbing our valuables because we're kind of expecting this fire to go a little bit farther than it's supposed to.
Officials in the area say the cotton fire from Saturday destroyed at least 12 homes.
5-10 minutes later, we come back, we see flames and everything was on fire.
Eli Ortega and his mother lost their home Saturday within a matter of minutes. Then Sunday, the Cotton 2 fire prompting more evacuations across the village of Los Lunas. Up and down Las Rosas Drive here in Los Lunas, there are a number of homes that have been destroyed and burnt down. And in addition, there's a number of residents that have now been displaced from their homes that they have known for years. And now they are left with nothing.
What happened to me? All my stuff and everything that I owned was missing and burned down, and I felt bad for everybody that went through it.
As families like Ortega's aim to rebuild, there was a lot of hope to get the community back on track.
They're not alone. And you know what? It takes a community, it takes a village, and people will be there for them.
In Los Lunas, I'm Julian Paras, KOAT, Action 7 News.
Wow. And we got another fire going on south of that, or southwest of there, or towards the coral. Like I said, it's been pretty hot. So I was watching this earlier. Let's see if we can pull it up. Oh, this guy. No, not that one. This guy with this cop. I think it's fucking ignorance. Yeah. Let's see. Let's put it on.
Does it drop on? You don't have a middle name? No, sir. Okay. And I'm gonna hand you a pad, and I'd ask you to put your name, your address, and phone number on this. The reason I'm not doing it on the record is because I expect that this deposition will end up being filed with the court, and as such, it would be publicly available. I don't want you to get doxxed. So would you mind writing your name, address, and phone number?
And we're reserving all objections to the form, just for the record.
You put your number on there. I can't. It's upside down. No, we'll ask, will any of this information get released out to public? No, that's why I'm asking you to write it on a separate sheet of paper.
Okay. Let me make clear, what we doing with the, is this being recorded, or is this just for your client's ability to view the deposition?
Both.
So is this recording, you plan to put this on the internet or something?
No, I'm not planning to put it anywhere, but I'm recording it because I'm also videotaping it, and the rules allow me to do so.
Because my thing is, I've been threatened. Just stop. Do you have the notice that was filed?
I do not.
Do you have the notice?
I do. But more importantly, let me just point out the local rule says that I can record this.
But he's out voicing his First Amendment.
Public? No, that's why I'm asking you to write it on a separate sheet of paper.
Okay.
Huh.
Let me make clear, what are we doing with the, is this being recorded or is this just for, your client's ability to view the deposition?
Both.
So is this recording, you're planning to put this on the internet or something?
No, I'm not planning to put it anywhere, but I'm recording it because I'm also videotaping it and the rules allow me to do so.
Because my thing is, I've been threatened. Just stop. Do you have the notice that was filed?
I do not.
Do you have the notice?
I do. But more importantly, let me just point out the local rule says that I can record this.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any objection to obviously it being recorded, but just for everybody's benefit on here, if somebody's planning to release this or put it on the internet or something like that, then, we're gonna file a undue publicity motion, a motion for protective order. So I just want to be clear and put everybody on notice of that. But go ahead.
Have you used any other phone number since this incident with Mr. Gray, other than the one that you just wrote down? All right, Sergeant Joffrey on. I think you know what we're here about. Have you reviewed the body cam footage that was obtained during your interaction with Mr. Gray? Yes. When was the last time that you reviewed that? Yesterday. So would you say that you're comfortable with the contents of that video, or do you need to see it again to refresh your recollection? I'm good. Now, during that interaction, you made a statement that Mr. Gray didn't need to explain anything to you because I literally don't care. Do you remember saying that? Correct. And then you further stated, I'm here in reference to a complaint by the mayor of this city. Is that correct? Correct. And at whose request were you there? The name of the person? Say that again. You said that I'm here in reference to a complaint by the mayor of this city. Okay. Who is that? JJ Bennett, the mayor. And did he call you directly to make that complaint? No. So how were you there in reference to a complaint by the mayor? How did that get routed to you? I'll explain that a little bit better. The mayor didn't call you. Yeah. You showed up with Mr. Gray and said that you're here in reference to a complaint by the mayor. Connect those dots for me. How did his complaint that wasn't made to you get routed to you so that you were the one responding? Investigator.
Let's see.
Called me.
I don't know. This fucking
Called you on what device? This cell phone number that you gave me? Correct. And what internet provider is this? AT&T. Is this a personal device? Yes. So, I'm sorry, what did you say Mr. Hersey's title was? Investigator, chief investigator. The Waveland Police Department chief investigator, Mr. Hersey, called you on your personal cell phone.
music does sound good right
Do
now.
what? What did he say?
He said a male was harassing the clerks inside of the city hall, peeping through windows, and then went outside and stood on the sidewalk.
Is it standard for you to receive calls, dispatch instructions on a personal cell phone?
Yes, it happens.
Is okay then. What should we do?
In a small town where the stars start to shine, the young man stands with the sunset's goodbye. He whispers to the wind about days gone by. Lost in time yet hopeful, he feels alive. Carney Vanguard, his heart beats slow as the sun sets low. Dreams of tomorrow, but fears he may fall. Carney Vanguard, whispers of the sunset in the quiet night. Hopeful and lost in this small town's life. Wishing for a better day, those shadows might bind. Dreams of a future where he won't be flying. Carney Vanguard, through the fields where the wildflowers grow, he finds a path that seems to know. Each step he takes with a heart so whole, toward the sunrise where the darkness is old. Carney Vanguard, his spirit lifts as the sun sets low. Dreams of tomorrow, but fears he may fall. Carney Vanguard, whispers of the sunset in the quiet night. Hopeful and lost in this small town's life. Wishing for a better day, those storms may ignite. Dreams of a future where he stands so right.
This is a message to all the haters out there. If you don't like what I do, but you watch everything I'm doing, you're still a fan. This is a message to all the haters out there.
Line you built, so kiss my ass if you don't My brother's keeper from here to the grave. Wanna know about me, you know where to find me. Talk to me face to face, I will tell you plainly. First to a Carney's ride, yeah, I'm back on my grind, feeling the fire. Energy levels rising, heart full of desire. I'm a force of nature, unstoppable might. Igniting the stage, burning through the night. I spit flames, lyrically fierce and bold. My flow's like a hurricane, leaving you cold. I'm the storm that's coming, the thunder, the roar, shaking the ground, opening doors. I'm Carney's ride. I'm charged up, wide, full of energy. Unleashing the peace, setting my soul free. Can't contain this power, it's overflowing. Watch me ignite the world, leaving no shadow. First two on Carney's ride, I'm the spark that ignites the flame that consumes. My rhymes are weapons, leaving no room for excuses. I'm a walking contradiction, dark and light. A force of chaos, a beacon of night. I'm the energy, the pulse of the beat, the rhythm that drives, the force that completes. I'm the fire that burns, the passion that's real, the energy that fuels, the heart that heals. I'm Carney's ride. I'm charged up, wide, full of energy. Unleashing the beast, setting my soul free. Can't contain this power, it's overflowing. Watch me ignite the world, leaving no shadow. I'm the life of the party, the soul of the street, the voice of the people, the sound that you seek. I'm the energy, the vibe, the feeling you crave, the music that moves, the spirit that saves. I'm Carney's ride. I'm charged up, wired, full of energy. Unleashing the beast, setting my soul free. Can't contain this power, it's overflowing. Watch me ignite the world, leaving no shadow. I'm Carney's ride. Okay, riders, that's it, that's all. I hope that you had a ball. Until next time, Carney's ride is now over.
What's going on, Dean? How are you doing today?
How do you soak up the rest of your bacon grease? Easy. Fry up some corn tortillas afterwards. One more. Just hanging out. Got a sunburn from Born Free this Saturday. Damn. I could imagine. I got a little toasty myself this weekend. I was out in the sun. I wish I could have been there. That would have been cool. You know, Born Free shows. Every time I've watched them on video, it's not still on my bucket list. I'm put it that way. Love to do that. Love to do the Diablo run too. That would be awesome. So you take the Southern California into Mexico and come down and then back up. What is it? To the Panama Canal and all that area. Well, what is it? Then of course, you know, would love to do the Lincoln Highway, Route 66, full runs, Highway 1, PCH there. I mean, all that shit would be awesome. Love to go to Alaska and get a picture next to one of the crab ships. You know, that was one of my favorite shows back in the day. Was Deadliest Catch. Look at that, cooking with Carney again. Born Free was crazy bitching this year. Lots of killer choppers. Man, dude, when it comes to choppers and rakes and
everything. I mean, anything dealing with the chop, man, has always grabs my attention. I mean, the the diamond pattern gas tanks, the teardrops, I mean, oh my god, and the list goes on. The spring forks, the no front brake, the suicide shifter setups. I mean, this goes on and on. Speaking of, let's just, you know what? I don't know if I'll get hit. Let me see if there's any music, but let's do the Born Free. Two days ago, I mean, check out these. Did you get any video? I mean, what's your channel? Dean. Well, we could play this one. Why not?
We're here at Oak Canyon Ranch in beautiful Silverado, California. It's tomorrow will be June 21st, 2005, and it'll be hopefully the biggest Born Free show yet. We're so excited because the weather is perfect.
So, hold on.
Everybody
Let's
here
go.
is riding so.
Let's stop real back, real quick. All right, let's see if I posted anything. Hey, there's my brother Stogie. No, I didn't. Let's see. I think he. Man, I wish I could have been there. That fucking crazy ass 3-wheeler, man. Fuck. It was nuts. But I didn't get to go, but some of the familia got to go and enjoy it. Yeah. Let's see. Guardians of Children. That's crazy. There's that three-wheeler again. Dude, these are so beautiful bikes, man. It's crazy. There's that trike. That tank on that thing. You know, I wish I could have went to this. This would have been awesome. That was embarrassing. Look at the fucking craziness on that. Look at that fucking rake on a fucking low end frame. Well, mid area frame. It's crazy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That looks cool. Fuck yeah, guys.
So high right now, and we haven't even started the show. So we got 2 days of awesome motorcycles, thousands of bikes, hundreds of vendors, wonderful music, tons of smiling faces. So if you just want to love life and enjoy motorcycles, we'll see you there.
So yeah, so my brother was talking to the guy that has the trike. He said he I was like, how yeah, man. He was telling him the story about it, the build, and everything.
You have a good one, Jen. Yeah. Make sure you take care of them sunburn. Remember to keep the rubber side down. See you next. I'm going to sit here, just breakfast, and check up the bikes. Jams are pretty good too. Oh, yeah. High pitch. Oh, you go there. Okay, us in the world. Well, we're going to check out some good bikes. That's what it's good. What do you guys think? You know what? Let's play.
First to a Carney's ride, getting back on my grind, feeling the fire. Energy levels rising, heart full of desire. I'm a force of nature, unstoppable might. Igniting the stage, burning through the night. I spit flames, lyrically fierce and bold. My flow's like a hurricane, leaving you cold. On the storm that's coming, the thunder that roars, shaking the ground, opening doors. I'm Carney's ride. I'm charged up, wide, full of energy. Unleashing the peace, setting my soul free. Can't contain this power, it's overflowing. Watch me ignite the world, leaving no shadow. First to on Carney's ride, I'm the spark that ignites the flame that consumes. My rhymes are weapons, leaving no room for excuses. I'm a walking contradiction, dark and light. Force of chaos, a beacon of night. I'm the energy, the pulse of the beat, the rhythm that drives, the force that completes. I'm the fire that burns, the passion that's real, the energy that fuels, the heart that heals. I'm Carney's ride. I'm charged up, wide, full of energy. Unleashing the beast, setting my soul free. Can't contain this power, it's overflowing. Watch me ignite the world, leaving no shadow. That you seek, I'm the energy, the vibe, the feeling you crave, the music that moves, the spirit that saves. I'm Carney's ride. I'm charged up, wired, full of energy, unleashing the beast, setting my soul free. Can't contain this power, it's overflowing. Watch me ignite the world, leaving no shadow. I'm Carney's ride. Hooking riders, that's it, that's all. I hope that you had a ball. Until next time, Carney's ride is now over. sunsets goodbye. He whispers to the wind about days gone by. Lost in time yet hopeful, he feels alive. Carney Vanguard, his heart beats slow as the sun sets low. Dreams of tomorrow, but fears he may fall. Carney Vanguard, whispers of the sunset in the quiet night. Hopeful and lost in this small town's life. Wishing for a better day, those shadows might bind. Dreams of a future where he won't be frightened. Carney Vanguard, through the fields where the wildflowers grow, he finds a path that seems to know. Each step he takes with a heart so bold, toward the sunrise where the darkness is old. Carney Vanguard, his spirit lifts as the sun sets low. Dreams of tomorrow, but fears he may fall. Sunset in the quiet night, hopeful and lost in this small town's light. Wishing for a better day, those storms may ignite. Dreams of a future where he'd stand so right.
Wow, chat's pretty quiet. Do 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 do. Spirit 2. So, what shall we do? Just had finished my breakfast. Oh man, the wife's sending me messages with cats. No, cats. What the fuck? Oh, this thing. Escape a ghost in haunted high to earn a new reward. I don't know what this thing, game, whatever that I just found on Facebook, Meta, whatever it is. Let's see, we still got 6 people chilling with me, huh? Wow, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I mean, these watch hours do count and everything else, so I much appreciate it. Thank you very much. Don't forget to hit that like, that thumbs up. But oh, that's a nice chopper. I like that teal blue. I think it's stretched though. Look at that rake on that thing. That tilt. Oh, I don't wonder how many inches that is. So I'm wondering, do most of these motorcycles come in trailered? They have to, right? Because the height, some of them are way low. I mean, it'd be like my old 5V Star where it slammed. Some of these small straight pipes, they're going to be loud as hell. So I wonder how many of these are like daily riders. And they just brought them in and polished them there on site. And how many were trailer queens? I'm glad, some of my family they got to go to this show. I mean, wish I could be there. I could have been there for it. But from what I hear, it's always a good show, always a big show, and a lot of beautiful bikes. It's kind of like the one that I hear about, the one up in the Bronx, up in New York, when it comes to the chopper builds. Where's it, Brooklyn? I don't know. Don't remember, but I know it's in New York. That's a beautiful. That two-tone just looks good on that thing. Some crazy bars though. Fucking a lot of chrome. The backrests, those high points, they look cool, but just for my wife, I would have to pad that thing up. Then again, I don't think she would want to ride on the back of that one. Some straight bar. Oh, yeah. What the fuck? Huh. That looks interesting. 36. Is that back wheel riding dirty? Let me see. Yep, car tire. Jessica. Okay, where's the shifter? Excel. Wow, that's a nice orange. those pipes on that thing.
We're allies. A friend of mine. Hold on, bro. Let me get my thought off. I'm trying to get my thought off. Yeah, my bad. This is my thing. Like, Lindsay, I get it that we're allies. I have a lot of friends, right? And if my friends get into a fight, I don't jump into the fight. I stand back and I watch. Make sure the fight is fair.
At this point,
and that they get their ass kicked properly if it's deserving. Now,
let me see if I can get up there.
I'm not gonna retaliate because they got their ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, okay, well, take your lumps, go home, live and fight another day.
Geopolitically, it doesn't work like that.
Well, why not?
It's supporting terrorism. It doesn't work either. Trying to kill U.S. personnel on the front line. I don't think you can divest the connection between them and us bombing them.
Sorry, just got back. Her name is Angela Merkel, the chancellor of Germany. But also, yeah, Iran has no air assets and no anti-air assets currently, as far as real quick, gentlemen. Pause for the cause. Pause for the cause. We'll welcome my friend Gridpoint Motorsports to the show, as well as welcome back to POV. Because I yelled at him enough to get him back on the channel. Like I said, I'm not going to mow the grass, I guess. So, Grid, we're talking about Iran, America getting involved in some bullshit. Now we got them shooting missiles at our bases. Like, was it wise? Why did we even drop bombs on Iran? Why don't we just let Israel handle their own problems?
I mean, I was just talking about this.
Can you turn up your mic a little bit, Grid?
You're super low, Grid. Is it really?
Let's see, we got 18. The Insensible Man, which is Grid 1. And 44 on Glance.
Also, good morning, Grid. And morning, how's it going? Good afternoon. Cool. Yeah, it's I'm over on my own, so I've got this back over. And I actually was just talking about this, and Anson Knowles was trying to troll me. I know where I stand on this, but I don't know where everybody else stands. So I'm assuming that Lindsay is like, don't bomb these poor people. They don't know what they're doing.
I didn't say that. That's Glenn's position.
Glenn's position is that don't bomb these poor people.
No, I never said what you're saying.
First of all, I never said Iran is poor people.
Andrew Glenn's position is just that he doesn't find it to be our conflict, and we are supporting Israel and their conflict, and we should stay.
I realize that you think that
it is our conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
bombed them a long ass time ago and stop waiting for Israel to start a fight to bomb them.
Well, this is a little bit of history that we have to go into, right? So if we, just talk about this slowly, right? So without going all the way back to the 50s, the CIA taking out the president installing communist, which is what they always think. This is where we have some problems in that area. What happened? The Shah was already, this wasn't the Ayatollah. The Shah was already the leader. The president CIA assassinated.
What'd you say?
Khomeini came to power.
Yeah, but that's 1979.
William was there with his trumpet.
Yeah, that's way after
Huh.
Shah was there.
Wow. Right there. Yeah. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Sick. So what are you up to today? I'm just chilling. Just finished breakfast. I need to start getting ready to head out for the day, but it's still before noon here, so I got a few.
79 is what you're talking about with the Ayatollah coming in when during the Islamic Revolution.
48, 9, 50, and 51.
Yeah, but you keep on saying the Ayatollah, and Ayatollah wasn't
I
there.
didn't say anything about the Ayatollah.
I did.
I specifically said the CIA
took out the Ayatollah,
assassinated the president of Iran, and installed the mullah because the mullahs don't believe.
Yeah, you definitely said Ayatollah.
Well, then I misspoke.
Okay.
I didn't.
But the point being is that he was the leader.
Rock and roller right now.
The Shah that was quote unquote installed was already the leader prior to that.
Right. So
it wasn't like he was some random person that they just randomly put in. Is the point?
Did they or did they not assassinate the president? And did they or did that not?
You're making grid mad.
What was accomplished was the removal of the progressive president. Iran.
All I want to do is pull over and pick some flowers and enjoy life's whimsy. Look at that girl. That's what she's doing. Good for her. Look at her enjoy life's whimsy. And pick some flowers and enjoy life's whimsy. Look at that girl. That's what she's doing. Good for her. Look at her. God, I wish I was her. My motorcycle's overheating. Or maybe, hopefully, my temp gauge doesn't even work. We're entering Washington? He says he knows where he's going. Oh, hate it, I hate it, I hate it. That's not parking. Josh, that's a crosswalk. Oh, brother. Are you out of gas?
Why does this feel like a David Lynch movie all of a sudden?
It's not stupid if it works, right?
Josh and I are riding up to Legion Motor Co. to do the big old swap. My Magna is ready. It needed something called new push bearings. I don't know. I don't really know what that is, so I'm going to have them explain it to me when I get there. Because to me, Kush means something else. And speaking of, the whole reason Josh and I
Oh, the baby blue one? Yeah, that's like, oh, it's nice. There's so many beautiful bikes. So my
as well as a whole new line of pre-rolls.
Our chapter out there in Cali, they got together and went and hung out and enjoyed, the show. So, I mean, I wish I was there. I mean, those bikes are so beautiful. I mean, show bikes are cool, man. I really dig them. I mean, it kind of reminds me back in the day when I used to do car shows, lowrider car shows. Set everything up, put your vehicle on display, polish it up, get everything just, That's what I was saying, I wonder how many of them are like daily riders, and how many of them were trailer queens. You know how it goes. Trailer queens, trailer whores, But because when it comes to show bikes, yeah, sometimes they're cool to ride, but wow, sometimes it's most uncomfortable. So you trailer that one and ride your comfortable bike, make somebody else trailer it. That's the way to do it. And then you ride that, before the show and after the show out in the town.
Is you gotta be able to keep up. You can't stop at stoplights, but I feel like that's group rides with anyone. And there it is, Mount Hyde. Oh, looks like there are people found us again. Hell yeah! Oh my God, it's so beautiful. I just want to tell you guys that Everybody Wants to Rule the World is playing in my headphones right now, and with this view, it just hits. Oh shit! Oh, can you go right up to Josh? Oops.
So the problem is
Sorry, everybody.
I just went ahead and did the rest of the ride without rear brakes. It's fine.
Oh, well, that was a whole ordeal, and I don't think we're going to be able to make it around Mount Hood before the sun goes down, but maybe that's for the best. I'm not used to riding in the middle of the pack, and I swear to God, I won't adjust now. I've been leading rides for as long as I've been doing rides with other people. I mean, I spent most of my time riding completely by myself. I did not understand why anyone would want to go do a group ride. What was the point of just driving around? I think I get it now, guys. Well, they just don't build roads like this in Florida. So I don't nearly have as much experience riding twisties as a lot of people do. Because I spent 8 years of riding a motorcycle in Florida in a straight flat line. All the twisties that I've ridden have really been in the last 3 years. Before 3 years ago, I had never taken a motorcycle out of the state. I think the farthest I had ever taken a motorcycle from my house was like 100 miles. Josh and I can do 1,000 miles in a day now. So what you think is impossible today will be your warm-up tomorrow. Well, not really tomorrow, but someday, you know. Scott-mania General Store. The 90s really
You know what? Let's
bad,
play some
guys.
more.
Please do not bring back ska. The world needs a lot of things right now, but it does not need more ska bands.
2014 or 24. No. Let's see. That's 40. Born free 16. Is this the 16? Let's see.
What's up, guys? I'm here in Born Free 16 in Silverado, California, one of the biggest motorcycle shows.
Nope, that's Colorado. So that's the only one that we just watched. And, wow. Oh, here's one. 17 minutes. 6 days ago, 8 minutes. Born free. 22 minutes. 11 minutes. Let's check out. Let's go through the other line.
Wall chicken, because I'm fine with one. Because last time I tried, I said, first year we played with hot. Anyway, I was going to say, Paul, this is.
Oh shit! At the wall of death.
It is. Right the wall.
Damn, that's just sick. The wall of death? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, they're back right there. Where? Oh, to Simpsons? Some deals or what? Some deals right here?
Yeah, there's like an album or something.
Oh, look at that highlighter color one right there I was telling you about. That one's hard, bro. That visor? So sick. That's a turbo on this bike? No way. Damn. That's crazy. This thing is wild. That's carbon fiber. Carbon fiber everywhere on this bike. Both for sale. Dang, snake.
I don't fucking know. Here's over here. I'm on two.
For you. It's cold. It's cold.
Oh, I still got one.
Oh, I thought you said you want.
You still got yours?
What is the bad life? What is the bad life? Why do you do that?
What is it? I was recording it, but what is it?
He said, can I ask you about being a man? A question about being a man.
Oh.
Not really. I was like, gonna be down, but I was like, nah.
You would,
Go viral.
yeah, I was about to say, you're gonna go viral. Yeah, that one's like super long, medium, and then a regular. For sale. That shit looks crazy. Sheesh. It's only Kickstart? Yeah. Damn. It's probably easy. Look at that coil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, first of all. That's cool. Here we go. Get that one. It's a custom Triumph motorcycle build.
We are Red Clouds Collective. My name is Seth Nepus.
And my name is Casey Nepus.
We make clothing, leather goods, all sorts of handcrafted accessories and things like that. And mainly it's all inspired by necessity.
And we like motorcycles.
We definitely have a problem with motorcycles. Yeah. Our first show bike we built for Born Free was this green 1957 Triumph. And I only say show bike in it, we brought it to the next level. We built a lot of bikes for shows, but the caliber was not high.
First invitation to build a bike at a show.
Yeah. Building a second Born Free bike, you know what to expect more, but we put more on our plate too, just because you look back on areas you just don't really think about when you're doing it your first time.
This year's Born Free 16 build, Seth definitely took the lead. On the Green Dream, it was kind of like a collaboration that we did together and built pretty equally. But this year I was told Seth I'd help as much as I could, but I can't promise I'll do 50% of it like on the last one.
Yeah.
And he also paid for the whole thing, so he kind of got sort of freedom on everything, and I kind of was just his little helper and did the stuff he didn't want to do.
I just had this vision
Hello.
of this little 60s show chopper
Hello.
bike.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary. The new administration has changed the Medicare policies for your state of New Mexico. To proceed with checking your available benefits, I need to confirm you have both Medicare Part A and B, right?
Sure.
Perfect. You qualify for the benefits. I'm forwarding you to our supervisor. Please hold on.
Hi, my name is Sean. How are you doing?
Yeah, you reached CARNY'S ride. How are you doing today? Oh shit! They hung up. Damn it! I don't know what happened there. Oh, let's get back to this.
For like 2 years.
I mean, I still had to convince you not to do a few things on this.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what the creative feedback is for.
Yep.
You know, the hardest part on this bike was honestly time. I would say.
For you.
For me,
Yeah.
for
me, it was hearing you complain about every single process that.
I don't
down
believe
on it.
there's complaining going on.
Seth had an awesome vision. I tried to do my best to help him out in any way. I think we've learned through the years how to work together, how to respect each other's opinions, although there's always disagreements and creative
brotherly things that
Yeah.
you deal with. We've had a lifetime working with each other, man.
Yeah.
From little kids to now.
Yeah. I think we probably started building skate ramps together when we were like 10 years old and always built stuff our whole lives together. So
It might be like a brotherly language or something. You know, when you've just done so much with each other that you can just almost start to say something and I already know what he's saying.
Nah,
It's like, nope, you don't need to. Yeah. We built a 1951 Triumph pre-unit. It's a little show bike, little show pony to say. It's loud in its styling and super shiny. We had Gary Royal, Beware Choppers, do the paint. A buddy of ours, AJ Richter, he built the engine. The engine is made up of various of what we think are probably the most desirable parts you could put in a Triumph pre-unit engine. It's got an aluminum cylinder by Wellworthy, and then Elite Polishing did the polishing of the engine, and then Award Cycles made some custom parts for us. He also made the fins timing cover.
That thing is a
but
beauty.
He made these cool clear float covers for the carbs and the exhaust clamps. F&A sold us a polished mag.
What?
A special little cover.
What's up,
The
Dixie
front
boy?
end is this cool little pea shooter Harley Springer. The front wheel is made up of a cool little hub we had found, and then built a 21-inch
We're Texas
wheel
just showing it,
using
y'all.
10 Gia speed rim.
Hold on.
21 little narrow rim with it. Got super lucky finding the Avon Speedmaster 21 by 2.75
with the sticker still on it.
New old stock.
And is the only Sandia scientist to be honored with a bronze statue at the labs. That's not the only impact Sandia's work is having on people.
We're actually looking at like velocity. We're looking at airspeed velocity through the tire.
Scientists here realized a supercomputer used to simulate the mechanics of how rockets will fly.
The Colbert Towers, 19 people. The 241 who died in the Marine barracks in the.
This is not one of those things where you look at the evidence and say, I'm going to change course.
Is today, as it has always been, survival of the regime.
There. Do you have a prediction on what they will do? Statement. She didn't have to cut him off like she did Marco Rubio.
Also, excuse me, is America calling death, chanting in the military, death to Israel or death to Iran? Like, they always try to put us well, if they took our nuclear weapon, we're not the ones calling for their destruction.
Yeah.
Let's see. Fox 4, Fort Worth, Fox. Oops.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to talk about the proposed Golden Dome missile defense system.
After another.
Their services in this capacity. Totally. Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to
Let's go all the way to the. Says live now. There we go. I guess he addressed it. That's crazy. Quiet out there. 5 on this. Kind of truth. Let's see.
A lot of the unions, specifically Black men with white American women, these unions do pursue forward. They have many, many children. But we also have seen that when Black men
and admirals and lots of others. And all I can say is our country's in great shape. We're in great shape economically. The bill that Mike and Jason and all the people are working on is going to be, I think, amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had in this country. It's going to do things in this country. It's going to do things that you wouldn't believe. And we're going to, I have a very simple phrase. We ran an election on very simple words: make America great again. That's what we're doing. We're making it great. We're making it safe. We're making it beautiful. And we're making it very wealthy again. Wealth is okay. You need wealth to take care of lots of other people. We have to make our country better. It has to heal from 4 years of abuse. And the country with an auto pen. Law enforcement's looking at that very seriously. That's like a takeover of our country in a certain way, because this guy had no idea what he was doing. You saw that during the debate. You saw that in other cases. I mean, he had no idea. I saw it years ago. By the way, 40 years ago, he was bad 40 years ago. We're not just talking about, and they always like to say age, but it's not age. I know people 88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, who just passed away, was 95. I spoke to him a year before. He was 100%. It's not age. It's something else. But whatever it is, you can't have that in this country. The damage he's done to this country is unbelievable. But the good news is we've got much of it fixed already, and the rest of it will happen.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, you just mentioned Iran. Did you discuss Iran?
Very
Did you
well.
discuss
We discussed a lot of
the Gaza war?
Yeah, we discussed a lot of things, and it went very well, very smooth. We'll see what happens. We're trying to do something with a country we just spoke about, Iran. I think you should negotiate this. You might be better. I think I'm going to send you today. What a good idea. This could have been the idea of the day. We'll have Dara get up and negotiate. They are good negotiators, but they're tough. Sometimes they can be too tough. That's the problem. So we're trying to make a deal so that there's no destruction and death. And we've told them that, and I've told them that, and I hope that's the way it works out. But it might not work out that way. We'll soon find out. Yeah, please.
In 2020, when you were talking about unrest in American cities, you said, quote, "We have to go by the laws. We can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor." What changed now? Why is this situation different to not consult with Governor Newsom about this?
Well, the biggest change from that statement is we have an incompetent governor. So I talked about governors, but I didn't talk about, he's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order. You had a disaster happening. And they now admit it was a disaster. I watched the chief yesterday, who's a good man, by the way. And he said, well, we're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening. So we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city burn down, didn't want water to be sent down to him. I sent billions of gallons of water. I wanted to do it in the first term. He wouldn't do it over, I don't know, they have environmental reasons, but there were no environmental reasons. I think it's just a political philosophy. But it's lucky for the people in Los Angeles and in California that we did what we did. We got it just in time. It's still simmering a little bit, but not very much. Yeah, please.
Have you gotten...
A crime has he committed? I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job what he's done to that state is like what Biden did to this country. And that's pretty bad. It's a wrong philosophy. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space in schools. They're taking up your hospital. And in many cases, they're criminals. And we have to do something about it. And we're doing something about it. I want to thank the incredible patriots of ICE and Tom Homan, who has been incredible, and Kristi Noem, likewise incredible. The job they're doing. And it's like an unforced error. There was no reason for this. 21 million people were allowed into our country, and many of those people were criminals. And it's a shame. It's a shame. But we're getting them out. And I will say, I think it's a 95-5 issue, just like so many other issues, 95-5. And the Democrats lost an election in a landslide because they're on the wrong side of the issues. I mean, it's not even conceivable that somebody would do the kind of things that he did. And then, you talk about projects. They want to build a train going from San Francisco to LA, and it's costing hundreds of billions of dollars more than they thought it was going to cost. It's not even believable. To Brad and to people sitting here, would you believe that a train, it was going to cost X dollars and it might be 100 times X?
Would have paid for this for about 50 million American children.
You're right.
50 million American children instead of a 3-mile train track that never got built.
We could have put Lincoln in charge with no experience. He would have done a good job. I guarantee you that. All right, please, Peter.
Mr. President, have you gotten an update from your negotiating?
Thank you, President Trump. So it seems like Gavin Newsom likes the attention that he's getting right now from you.
Yeah, I think
it seems like he does. If you look at recent history, somebody who was running for president, who got arrested and had a mugshot, you could make the argument that politically that wound up helping you. Are you worried at all at this moment that talking about him getting arrested could be helpful to his political prospects? Because a lot of people think he wants to be sitting right where you are.
Well, in my case, it was a witch hunt, and everybody knew it. And I was able to explain that during the process. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. And it was a total witch hunt. It's proven to be a witch hunt, and you see what's happened. In his case, it really is very obvious. You look at what's happened between the fires, I could name 10 things right now. We talk about the trains. We talk about all of the costs in California. You talk about all of the people that are flowing and destroying life for everyone else. So no, I don't think it's going to help him. I think it's actually very bad for him.
And right around the time that we were walking in here, the governor and the state attorney general said that they're going to sue you for sending the National Guard in. They're saying there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. The president is trying to manufacture chaos and crisis on the ground for his own political ends. Federalizing the California National Guard is an abuse of the president's authority under law.
Well, it's interesting. You watched the same clips as I did. Cars burning all over the place, people rioting. And by the way, we stopped it. We were able to make it much better, but it still looked pretty bad. And in watching clips last night, people were saying this is really a big problem. And until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down. They were in big trouble last night, Peter. You know it. And the night before, and the night before that. And I feel we had no choice. I don't want to see happen what happened so many times in this country. I watched Minneapolis burn. Look at what happened in so many different parts of California. You take a look at what happened in San Diego. There's so many different places where we let it burn. We want to be politically correct. We wanted to be nice. We want to be nice to the criminal. And what you're doing is destroying the fabric of our life in this country. No, we did the right thing. We've been given credit by people that I would least suspect. Why I would say that some of the people that came in and said, thank goodness, they said, some of them, thank God that Trump got involved. And I'm very happy I got involved. And I think Gavin, in his own way, is probably happy I got involved. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
What do you make of the fact that he says you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, it's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. Civil war would happen if you left it to people like him. And I liked him. I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him. but he's grossly incompetent. Okay.
From negotiators in London. Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating?
What? Louder.
Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating the China trade talks?
We are doing well with China. China's not easy, just like your home country is not easy there. I think we're doing very well. They're over there now. I'm only getting good reports. It's a little early, but they'll be calling in soon. In fact, probably when I get back, I'll have my first call from them. We want to open up China. And if we don't open up China, maybe we won't do anything, but we want to open up China. It'll be a great thing for China, a great thing for the rest of the world.
Are you willing to lift export controls when it comes to China? Did you give your negotiators any sort of limitations?
We're going to see. Look, China has been ripping off the United States for many years. Nobody charged them 10 cents. No president had the courage to charge China for whatever reason. They didn't want to do it. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I put on tariffs on China when I got in first term, and we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I did it again, but I did it for a lot of others. If you look at the stats, the deficit last month was cut in half. Everybody was shocked. I wasn't shocked. I think a lot of the people at this table weren't, because they saw the billions of dollars that were pouring in, and the tariffs hadn't even started yet, just about. There weren't cars. They were in some countries at a very minor level. And we cut the deficit in half. And it was a big story a couple of days ago. They said, I don't believe, one of the announcers on a business network went wild, said, I can't believe these numbers. Those numbers are good. The numbers are going to be very good. I think we're going to have a great 4 years. You know, we had the greatest economy in history during my 4 years. I think this one's going to blow it away. Yeah. Go ahead,
do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class. That's my primary recommendation for her.
By Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
And secondly, are you going to
Is that what she said? She was kidnapped by Israel?
Yes, sir. Are you going to get rid of the Tesla and the Starlink service that you have here at the White House?
No, I haven't heard that. I mean, I may move the Tesla around a little bit, but I don't think we'll be doing that with Starlink. It's a good service.
Where are you going to move it to? Move it around. What do you mean?
I have a lot of locations.
Actually, about the Tesla.
I got so many locations that I don't know what to do with them all.
About the Tesla, did you ever see Elon Musk get physical with the Treasury Secretary?
No, I didn't.
And I tried to
They
ask.
did have an argument, but I didn't see. I didn't see a lot of physicality there.
And there was this New York Times report that he did not want to talk about, Elon Musk, that alleged that he, towards the end of his time in the White House, was blurring the lines between recreational use of drugs and medicinal. Do you think he ever had drugs here at the White House?
I really don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well. Very well, actually. Yeah.
About aid in Gaza, you mentioned now the flotilla. Do you have a response at all about Israel intercepting this boat? And can you give us an update on what's happening to the entry of aid into Gaza right now? We've had people being shot by Israeli forces who are trying to get aid from the
right
Gaza
now,
Humanitarian
yeah.
Foundation. Yes.
Gaza right now is in the midst of a massive negotiation between us and Hamas and Israel, and Iran actually is involved. And we'll see what's going to happen with Gaza. We want to get the hostages back. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, please, in the back.
Taking place, but then on True Social a bit later, you'd said they were insurrectionists. After what you've
You're
seen,
talking about in L.A.?
Yes, sir, in LA.
I wouldn't call it quite an insurrection, but it could have led to an insurrection. I mean, that was a lot of harm that was going on last night. I watched it very closely. And it was amazing that the job that the National Guard did. And by the way, the police were working very hard also. But, you know, the police are given instructions to be politically correct. I said, no, you don't have to be politically correct. You have to do the job.
And on Elon Musk, you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime anytime soon? I know some.
Which one?
On Elon Musk, do you plan to speak?
Poison into these pills throughout our country. And that's something I feel like we can all work together on to try to stop. But yes, that was, sorry, a very long answer to yes, it's coming in through our northern border, but we are doing everything we can to secure that. We are working with Homeland Security very closely, and they're doing an incredible job on that as well, Chairman.
Madam Attorney General, I wanted to ask about a topic that's of great importance to many Americans and especially my constituents, which is about hate crimes. I'm really troubled that your budget proposes to end the grant programs that may help prevent some of these hate crimes. As you may know, I was the author of one of these programs, the Community-Based Approaches to Advancing Justice program, which was created in fiscal year 2022. This program supported local groups working to increase hate crimes reporting, give community members resources in languages other than English, and to
Yes or no?
This administration is following all federal
I-
court
I-
orders.
Madam Secretary, this is
And
a
it's
simple
the
question. I'm
president's
asking-
prerogative on
Madam-
conversations that
Madam
happen
Chair,
with the president of El
I
Salvador.
ask a simple question. We have a limited amount of time. I just asked you, Madam Secretary, whether or not you or the Department of Homeland Security are taking any action to facilitate the 9-0 Supreme Court decision to facilitate his return. This is a very simple question. Are you taking any action to facilitate his return, or are you not?
This administration is following and complying with all federal court orders
So
to make sure that we
So you
are.
are, so because the court ordered that you facilitate his return, so you are facilitating his return.
Sir, Senator, thank you for the question. But what I would
Madam
tell you
Secretary-
is that we are following court orders
Madam
and that your advocacy for a known terrorist is alarming to me.
Madam
It's
Secretary.
alarming to me because he's a human smuggler.
Madam
he's a
Secretary,
wife
I'm going to have
beater,
to reclaim
and
my
a terrorist, and
Madam-
he's not a U.S. citizen. He's a citizen of El Salvador, and he's home. If he were to come back
Madam
here,
Secretary-
we would take him immediately
All right,
back.
I'm going to have to, Madam Secretary, you should know a couple facts then, which is, number one, in 2019, the immigration court said that he should not be returned to El Salvador because it would put his life in danger. The Trump administration at the time did not appeal that decision. After that, he got a work permit and was working legally in the United States of America. This is also why the district court and the appellate court and the Supreme Court have ruled as they have. I suggest that rather than make these statements here, that you and the Trump administration make them in court under oath, because despite what you just said, the federal district court whose judge is hearing this case right now said, and I'm quoting, that the administration has provided no evidence linking Abrego Garcia to MS-13 or any other terrorist activity. I'm not vouching for the man. I'm vouching for his due
Well, yes,
process
you are,
rights.
sir. You've
No,
been
no,
vouching
no,
for
Madam
him.
Secretary,
I
with
would
respect.
suggest that you defend and
Madam
stand alongside
Madam,
the victims
this-
of
you're-
illegal
this is
crime in this
political
country,
rhetoric.
the citizens who live here and
Do
are
you-
United States Americans. I would suggest you advocate for them as hard
Madam
as you do
Secretary,
for foreign terrorists.
I know you're doing a political speech
No,
here.
I'm
I
not,
get it.
sir.
I'm
No,
asking questions of law. No, you're just
I
spewing
truly
rhetoric.
believe this. I
Well, you're
truly believe
spewing
this
rhetoric.
as an
Let me ask
American.
you this. Do you agree? Do you agree with Justice Scalia in the Supreme Court opinion in Reno v. Flores that, I'm quoting, "It is well established that the Fifth Amendment entitles aliens to due process of law in deportation proceedings." End of quote.
Sir, we are utilizing every due process tool that this Congress has afforded us.
This is-
The Congress decides what.
Madam
Wow. Interesting.
This is a delicate issue, and of course, we need to be very careful here. But in my opinion, such a solution can be found in general. As you know, at one time, we intercepted a project in Iran, which was carried out by German companies and completed the Bucha nuclear power plant. The German companies left, and the Iranians asked us to continue. This was difficult because what the German specialists were doing was their design, and Rosatom had to make a lot of effort to adapt it all to the Russian design. Nevertheless, we did it.
See all European countries pay their fair share and meet that 5% threshold. It's only fair considering the American taxpayers have given a significant chunk of money to the tune of billions of dollars to support our mutual interests and our assured defense. So I will let him speak to that, but he's made his priorities for our European allies quite clear, including Spain.
Caroline, one last question. When it comes to the president's position on foreign policy in general, is there a phrase that the White House has coined? Is there a Trump doctrine? Does the president like to talk about this? Anyone here in the White House talking about this? And if so, if there is something akin to a Trump doctrine, how would you define it?
America first, always. And with that, I think I'll leave you. I know there's a lot of news in the world right now. As you know, our team is always here to answer your questions. And the president, I am sure, will take more questions from you guys at some point this week, as he always does in the effort of transparency. I appreciate your being here on a federal holiday, and we'll see you later. Thank you.
Yeah, $100, bam. That's crazy, fucking Jimbo. Look at that. Fuck. That's nice when you get people like that. Look at this.
There we go.
A $5.
One day,
Fucking
one
$100.
day, Jim Bob will be able to do 69-second goal. I will do a minute though. I mean, that's 45 seconds. So how long? Like, what's the progression? 3 weeks? 2 weeks? Do Chester Bennington 17 seconds? Does he do a 17-second scream? I can't wait. 2 weeks. 2 weeks full.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Very generous tip, the former. Really appreciate that. Bravo. Yeah, I get tips around here just for my goals. That's the new record though. 45 seconds. That one hurt. I just hope Jim Bob's mom leads his dad to liturgy. No, my mom is actually like you in a lot of senses. So no, it would actually have to be my dad leading my mom. That's what it would have to do. It would have to be that. Dude, we don't even know what you want, Distinction. You ask for help.
Like another $5.
You're asking Orthodox people for help. And you're surprised when we say go to the church? I don't understand, dude.
$120. Just
You're very
during the time I
very
jump on here.
sensitive.
That's crazy. That's awesome though. That
I already told you the answers.
3
You're
to 5
not going to get a different
like
answer
that.
from me. Go to the spiritual hospital.
Good job, Jimbo.
You need to learn the.
Oh, do.
If we, and again, I was just talking about this, so it's all really fresh. So without going all the way back to the 50s and the CIA taking out the Ayatollah, or not the Ayatollah, the president, and installing Ayatollah because they.
Hello. Hello.
Has changed the Medicare policies for your state of New Mexico. To proceed with checking your available benefits, I need to confirm you have both Medicare Part A and B, right?
Sure.
This is just a quick call to inform you about the updated plans. So you do have Medicare Parts A and B, right?
Yeah.
That's amazing. You're qualified for the newly upgraded plans I'm offering. I'm sure you can find great value with us. I'm just connecting you to my benefits specialist now.
Hello, my name is David. How are you?
Hi, you just reached CARNY'S ride. Oh. Damn it. They didn't want to play the CARNY'S game. So sad. Damn. Over 4 hours. Okay. It's almost 1 o'clock. Ooh. We'll do 4.5. How's that?
What's going on, guys? It's me, Ray, Kickstands Up number 9. Another dumbass video. We're going to Born Free. Got all the guys over there. We're all getting loaded up. About to head out. We're out here in Riverside right now. So, yeah, with that being said, let's get after it. There he is. Out of all these people, we find our one homeboy just hanging out right over there. There's the man. I had a feeling. Woo. Hot in the porta potties. That's sick right there. Look at that. Completely redid it all. Look at that. Woo. There's a lot of cool bikes out here today, guys. There you go, Brian. Customize your shit out, bro, like that. That's right on. Mario's here, guys.
So we got 4 people watching. I don't know. What do you guys think? Mm-hmm. 3 people. All right. Well, let's go with this.
Vanguard in a small town where the stars start to shine. The young man stands with the sunset's goodbye. He whispers to the wind about days gone by. Lost in time yet hopeful, he feels alive. Carney Vanguard, his heart beats slow as the sun sets low. Dreams of tomorrow, but fears he may fall. Carney Vanguard, whispers of the sunset in the quiet night. Hopeful and lost in this small town's light. Wishing for a better day, those shadows might bind. Dreams of a future where he won't be frightened. Carney Vanguard, through the fields where the wildflowers grow, he finds a path that seems to know. Each step he takes with a heart so bold, toward the sunrise where the darkness is old. Carney Vanguard, his spirit lifts as the sun sets low. Dreams of tomorrow, but fears he may fall. Carney Vanguard, whispers of the sunset in the quiet night. Hopeful and lost in this small town's light. Wishing for a better day, those storms may ignite. Dreams of a future where he stands so right.
So we got to see some world news. Got to see some cool bikes. I think we had a good show. Thanks for tuning in. And, hit that thumbs up. Hit the notification bell. And until next time. Oh, yeah. Don't forget, if you want to support the channel and help out and support the cause. Cash App, down the bottom, even PayPal. But I like Cash App. It's easy. $, Carney Vanguard, capital C, capital B. Until next time. Peace. No. Oop. Hold on. Wait up. Hold up. It's muted. Why is it muted? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Where's my mute? Why isn't it showing? Maybe I have to reboot it. Ba-da-da-da. There we go.
First to a Carney's ride, getting back on my grind, feeling the fire, energy levels rising, heart full of desire. I'm a force of nature, unstoppable might, igniting the stage, burning through the night. I spit flames, lyrically fierce and bold. My flow's like a hurricane, leaving you cold. On the storm that's coming, the thunder, the roar, shaking the ground, opening doors. I'm Carney's ride, I'm charged up, wide, full of energy, unleashing the peace, setting my soul free. Can't contain this power, it's overflowing. Watch me ignite the world, leaving no shadow. First to on Carney's ride, I'm the spark that ignites the flame that consumes. My rhymes are weapons, leaving no room for excuses. I'm a walking contradiction, dark and light, a force of chaos, a beacon of night. I'm the energy, the pulse of the beat, the rhythm that drives, the force that completes. I'm the fire that burns, the passion that's real, the energy that fuels, the heart that heals. I'm Carney's ride, I'm charged up, wide, full of energy, unleashing the beast, setting my soul free. Can't contain this power, it's overflowing. Watch me ignite the world, leaving no shadow. I'm the life of the party, the soul of the street, the voice of the people, the sound that you seek. I'm the energy, the vibe, the feeling you crave, the music that moves, the spirit that saves. I'm Carney's ride, I'm charged up, wired, full of energy, unleashing the beast, setting my soul free. Can't contain this power, it's overflowing. Watch me ignite the world, leaving no shadow. I'm Carney's ride, booking riders, that's it, that's all. I hope that you had a ball. Until next time, Carney's ride is now over.